So hello everyone, this is AetherNightmare. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. So last time we defeated Titan and turns out all our friends got kidnapped, but I am back in Limsa Lominsa because I have a few quests to complete since last time. I went around gathering some materials and attempting to upgrade my Disciple of Hand characters, so I got a little bit started on that. If I switch over to like Blacksmith, for example, I'm starting to get some Cobalt themed equipment, since even crafting the Cobalt is a little bit too difficult a task for me, so I may need to start increasing my equipment levels as well as getting some better equipment for crafting points going forward, because I fail about 50% of the things I create, so we need to have better stats for that, as well as time to mine more Cobalt. I was going to do more of it last night, but then I got booted out of the server because I guess they had some issues, so I didn't get as far as I really wanted to, but we'll work on it nonetheless. So I do have a few quests completed. I don't have, as you can see, the guild things completed because I didn't know if I was strong enough to actually craft what I wanted to craft, but I did get the shadow catfish, so we'll be able to do fishing. So let me see really quickly. What did it want from... This is Hanaza. So this is the one we needed to do. Cobalt Knuckles, Buccaneers, Bardiche. I might be able to make those. That's what I made last time. Should be in the 41 area. So Cobalt Knuckles. I could try making some of this stuff, but I don't know if I'll have what it takes to actually make it. So Cobalt, Buccaneers, Bardiche, which I'm pretty sure is a sword. Gladiator arm. Maybe not. Maybe it's an X. Yeah, it is an X. Okay, we need to, oh my god, there's so much Cobalt. And Rosewood. I don't have the Rosewood and I don't have the Horn Glue, which I bet I make from Ogre Horns up in Coerthas. I bet you that's where I make that. And the Scimitar, I know for a fact a Scimitar is going to be... Yeah, Blunt Goblin Scimitar. What the heck is a Blunt Goblin Scimitar? Is it something we get from a drop? Blunt Goblin. Oh my. Let me check. Blunt Goblin Scimitar. Says it's a sword, obviously. Blacksmith level 32 for repair. 42 level gladiator weapon. No, this says Goblin Scimitar. I need a blunt Goblin Scimitar. Item level 37. Maybe it's in here. Huh. Junkmonger in Upper Lanasi. Ah, I have to buy it from an NPC. I'm like, this doesn't seem like it's something that I create. And it is not. So we're going to have to add that on the list of things to do. So, Upper Lanasi, Junkmonger. Who's Junkmonger? You can get a whole bunch of, like, I'm assuming they're weapon material bases. So, like, a blunt bastard sword, a nicked Viking sword, crooked Guisarm, chipped Hora, cracked daggers. Yeah, these are all like broken things that need repair. So I guess there's gonna be like a goblin or something that sells crappy weapons that we can refine into better weapons. Good to know. But Fisher is done, so I am gonna head down and check out fishing. Helps if you're in the right category, huh? Fisher. You'll find the catfish you seek at Foggord Float in the North Shroud. Maybe it's a tad presumptuous to say you will find one, but that's where they are at any rate. Linksith ought to crack a smile when he glimpses this beauty. They say never to judge a gift fish in the mouth, but this one can't help but stare at that gaping grimace. It looks like it could swallow a person whole. It gives me Okami vibes, like big catfish. I'm sure the fish of Gridani are none too displeased to see this one leave the water. I heard that Yarzans covet the fish too, sometimes migrating north and attacking fishermen in hopes of stealing the catch. Suppose I should have warned you about that ahead of time. Ah, don't worry, I have the whole stealth thing. Still, I don't see what all the fuss is about. For all the lengths one need travel and dangers one need brave, the fish tastes little better than mud. You have to wash it first. Pardon me, but perhaps I might persuade you to prepare them in a proper bath. Water washes off the waste you can wipe away, but the invisible vapors only vanish with vinegar. You must mind the mud you can't see. See? This guy gets it. This guy knows how to prepare a catfish. Catfish are quite common in these parts. Speaking of the mud you can't see, where did you come out of all of a sudden? A good guildmaster gets in and goes out a gale. Now you see me, now you don't. Actually, I think we both still see you standing right there. But that is neither here nor there. Friend, there are a few fishermen who could haul the catch you did today. Frankly, I've started to wonder how we'll ever get along without you. Ooh, better stuff. Except not yet. Level 40 fish. Double mooching. Hang on. Mooch. Snagging. Adds extra hooks to the line, making it possible to land normally uncatchable fish and items. Oh dear. So, some of these, if they are... Yeah, I can move these to the back. Easy enough, since I want those there. Truth of the Mountains. I don't need that anymore. That's just because I leveled up other things. Dalek's Favor. So we want Mooch. We want Sneak, but I can also spare to have Sneak in the back. I can also have these in the back, too. Okay. Mooch. Snagging. Stick that there. Mooch 2. Use a certain hooked fish of average size to attract even larger prey. Okay, so I think this one was large and this one was average. I'm gonna keep both. Actually, I might switch these around. Not too big on releasing, just because I don't really care as much. I'll just sell what I don't need. Releasing is like in the hopes of if you want to get this fish again, or you want to keep continuing this spot without moving around, and like, I don't mind moving around or waiting or doing something else at the moment. Got powerful. Hook set. Increases chance of landing a large-sized fish by 50% while reducing hook efficiency. I don't mind sitting on my butt while fishing. If I'm fishing, I'm just like watching anime or something in the background. I'm vibing. I don't need to worry too much about that. Like fish passing in the night instead of ships. The catfish you fetched for Linksith has raised quite a stir. He was so pleased with the quality and quickness of the delivery that he's been raving about you to anyone in earshot. And now the world swirling around Limsa as a fabled fisherwoman has reached the ears of your fellow guildmates. Though most of them have no idea who you are, it doesn't stop the lazy sunbathers from fabricating folk stories about you. Meanwhile, Chuchurune's done his part to add you to your fame, singing your praises well beyond the walls of the guild. I'm famous even in the beast tribes now. So well beyond the walls, in fact, that goblins have started to come and enlist your help. See? Toxix is a friend of Chuchurune's, so we're somewhat obligated to hear him out, though I don't expect him to be much more intelligible. Loath though I am to admit, we'll most likely need Wallalogo again. Chuchurun's mouth waters at mouth-watering fish from waters. Pisha, Chuchurun told many glory tales of mighty Fishbringer to Toxix. Toxix is friend, Chuchurun is friend, Fishbringer is friendly friend, yes? Moon was singing on eastern sea of Lanashi when most lovely fish appeared. Toxic wonder if friendly friend Fishbringer can bring back lovely fish from Moon Sea. So it's probably something that can only be fished at night. Ooh, I should also... Yeah, better stuff. Always be sure to equip your better stuff. So a goblin gets a glimpse of some gills and a guess the game? Naturally, I know what you need to net. I'm only surprised you saw fit to solicit my support. The moment you mentioned the moon on the easterns of Lanasi, I figured the frisky fish you're fixing to fetch. Full moon sardines. Schools of striplings migrate under the moonlight through the Strait of Murlthor to return to their mothers or meet their makers. Tastiest time to take them, too. Pluck them plumb in their prime. From dusk to dawn, droves dip and dive out of the bloodshore. Spinning spoon worms in the water will snag you some sardines and state your sponsor. Spoon worms. There we go, I'm kind of floating there. Spinning spoon worms. Do I have any spoon worms? What did I get here? Bass ball. Can probably use what I got since I have the whole versatile lure thing. FF14. Full moon sardines. Saltwater fish native to Vilbrind. Eastern Lanasi. Spoonworm. And versatile lure, as always. So I'll just have to check out that space some other time. Although I will be heading up to Upper Lanasi for the goblin sword or whatever. So what else is there? Did I get anything else done? How about Culinarian? We're 36. I don't know if I had any other quests for Culinarian. So I might need to be level 40. In which case I just need to make a whole bunch of stuff in my own time. Or also do the dailies. Yep, I just gotta do dailies and make it to level 40 before I can take on that quest, which should be relatively easy. I can get some, like, night milk and cream and make some cream cheese, even if I just sell it later or eat it myself. If I catch any Valdonia carps, I have a ton of mugwort. Use up some of my mushrooms. I don't know. There's plenty of stuff I can make here. Ooh, apple juice. I'll probably just make a fuck ton of apple juice. I have so many mirror apples. I'll just make apple juice. We need a ton of them, but I can literally just go around in Coerthas in like a freaking circle. Piety. Oh, it's really great white mage juice. And hi DJT, we're just doing some early crafting for the morning part of our... Well, it's not morning anymore. Early part of our Final Fantasy XIV pastry fish, almonds, desert saffron, raisins. I could have sworn I got rid of most of my raisins. Oh well, grilled rain collar. Again, different fish have so many different recipes to go with them. I usually try to do just the one, and then I get rid of the rest of the fish because I don't care. We did ratatouille, which, despite the amount of ingredients, is actually really easy to make. But this is probably going to be what I continuously make over and over just to level up, because I bet it gets me a ton. I won't do all of it on stream, I'm just proving a point for the amount of experience. I need to pay more attention to... because I'm missing my chances here. Driving myself nuts. Being too overeager and having too much muscle memory. Yeah, look at that EXP. That is a ton. And I can just do that over and over. So I will be doing that in my own time. But since I made some apple juice, I might as well drink some of it. Get the even bigger experience boost and get it the heck out of my inventory. Let's see. We should be able to return back to what we were doing. So this is going to be in Thanalan, and I've done what I can in Lanassi at the moment, I think. Let me just double check the journal. When in doubt, check the journal, because we're getting kind of a little high on quests here. Underfoot. This is in Eastern Lanassi. Report to Eastern Lanassi, Costa del Sol. What side? Say the master has ordered the slaying of every creature in the area. This is... Maybe I'll go to Eastern Lanassi first. I just want to get some of these out of my inventory. Always preferred orange juice to apple juice. Hey, you're allowed to have your preferences. It also depends on the apples used to make the juice. Where I come from, we have really sweet, tangy apples, so... they make really good juice. Report to here. Whereas oranges usually have to be imported, so they tend to be a lot more bitter. Destination. Destination for what? Spitting sardines at me. Area secure. I see, I just gotta wait here and then have what I need to kill pop up. It'll be a surprise. Where is it? I sense a presence. There we go. And there have been some server issues this morning, so if it pops me out, I might have to switch games. Sense an unsettling presence. Can I target the bowl, please? Should be it. Should be done. There we go. As expected, you managed the task without too much difficulty. Don't forget to collect your reward. A grimoire I can't even use. See, I knew the trial was a waste of time. I have plenty of other tasks, and a hardy soul such as yourself should have little trouble with. Costa del Sol welcomes your continued cooperation. Costa del Sol leaves unlocked. Should have done that a long time ago, but I guess I got it all just tangled up. So that's the Shroud, Saucers, Thanalan. Whole bunch of Thanalan. I'll fish in my own time. What's this? This is gonna be up in Coerthas, isn't it? Yep. Alright. We are going to... back to the graveyard. Probably to bury our dead guildmates. After the tragedy that was the last episode. We thank you for your service to the church and to the sylphs. You may be pleased to know that in your absence, we interred the remaining scions in the lich yard. Perhaps you still wish to do more for your friends. If so, I would remind you that you have already done so much on their behalf. Please take a rest and set aside your burdens for now. Bandana. I mean, that is a cool looking bandana. I might take that just for fashion. Especially since I tend to wear bandanas like that in real life. I'm not imagining it. I know I'm being watched. This is different, sinister. It's as if I'm under observation. The feeling comes and goes, but it felt it last when I ventured outside. Yes, I know I felt it. Will you look outside for me, please? It will only take a moment. Marquis feels like he's being stalked, apparently. Is it Marquis or Marcus? I can't tell with the French spelling. Marcus, I think? Alright, I'll stick with Marcus. Were you hiding in the graveyard? Don't you know this place gets zombies at night? Which means the Duns are doing a really bad job at interring people. Like, you think for that reason alone they'd switch to cremation. You know, the rising of the living dead. You were attacked, weren't you? Are you unharmed? Thank the gods. I knew it. He was watching me. But why was he watching me? What did he want with me? Did he perhaps know something of my past? If only I could have asked him. I need to think. Please allow me a moment alone. Wait. Father Elud must have heard of this. Will you tell him for me? It's important. I think others may come for me again. You're right next to each other! Heaven fortend that such a thing should happen on holy ground. Do you have any idea who that man was? Did you notice any distinctive about his garb or possessions? Well, he was dressed in imperial garb, and apparently I stole his sword. This is a Garlean steel, which means the man who was watching Marcus was... Make haste to Camp Dryborn at once. We must summon the immortal flames before more Imperials come. Good of you to finally join me. Did you hear what happened?
I fondly hoped that I might be the first to speak with you. Would that I had been so fortunate. At ease, adventurer. I come not on behalf of the Empire. On the contrary, I mean to revive the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
I hope that's not a bad pun, Alphino.
And to that end, I have come in search of a legend. The greatest engineer of our time, Master Cid Garland. I have come for you.
I fear you are mistaken, child. He is but a poor soul who bore witness to the horrors at Cartano.
Yep, if you recognize him from 1.0, you would have already known that, but surprise! To anybody else.
I beg of you, leave us in peace.
Wait, Hear me, Cid. Eorzea needs you.
A Cid in your Final Fantasy? How could we have guessed? Seriously.
Was it? Here. These belong to you. I thought you bore the mark of greatness. It seems that I was right. Our time together was all too brief, but it felt as though my son had returned to me. You have brought joy to an old man's life. But it is time for you to help those who truly need you.
Who are you?
The fact that the priest had his tools, the tools probably would have jogged his memory faster. Like, why did you keep those from him?
Alfino Leveilleur, at your service. As a scion of the Seventh Dawn, I stand against our primal and imperial foes, as my grandfather once did. 'Tis no secret what befell our order at the Waking Sands. Word has already spread across Eorzea. The repercussions are far greater than you realize. In the wake of the calamity, the 3 city-states focused their efforts solely on reconstruction.
Can ya blame them? They literally got blown up by a dragon larger than the cities themselves.
Leaving the Scions to combat the primal threat unaided. And lo, we are all but destroyed. Yet even as the nations mourn our demise and abandon what little hope they have left, we cannot forsake our duty, now least of all. The Ixal have summoned Garuda once more, and she torments the people of Coerthas as we speak. Her appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals. Worse, in her present incarnation, our Baldessian colleagues believe she surpasses both Ifrit and Titan in strength. Yet, therein lies an opportunity. Were we somehow to defeat Garuda, it would serve as a warning to the other beast tribes that even their mightiest gods can be felled. If we are to face our foe, we must first circumvent the tempest that shields her sanctuary. And for that, we need an airship. Your airship, Cid.
So what, we're just not going to ask why she was summoned as opposed to, say, the kobolds who had a very good reason?
I have an airship?
Yes, Cid, you do. Your very own airship. It was last seen in the skies over Gridania, not long before the calamity. So let us begin our search there.
An airship? My airship? Oh, wait.
Had his whole outfit and everything, and you'd think that wouldn't jog his memory a little bit better?
Come, let us put an end to the primals. Together, we will show the world that the Scions are still a force to be reckoned with.
They need my airship. They need me.
And, like, I get a really strong feeling that the necklace he's wearing has probably, like, some sort of compass. I would assume it's mechanical. That would help, too. But I know we joke that perhaps it was free labor, but it did seem like maybe he kept Cid around because it reminded of him having him a son, so it was to deal with his own trauma, not just Cid's. Mount! Mount speed in Eastern Thanalan has increased. Yay! Faster chocobo. Oops. Whilst you were catering for the calamity of buffoons every whim, company of buffoons, excuse me, might as well be a calamity of buffoons, I was gathering information on our feathered foe. As a result, I was not present when the Garleans came. I suppose we should be grateful for our good fortune, though it matters little should Garuda grow powerful enough to bring Eorzea to heel. So are you, like, not gonna ask about your sister because you don't know where she went? There's a good chance she could have possibly been with us, and I had already cleaned out the corpses, so you wouldn't know who was there or not. Maybe ask about your sister? Holy shit. The Enterprise. I've heard that name before, but where? It's a common name for your ships. What a curious twist of fate that Master Sid Garland would at last be found within our church. It defies imagination. Beg your pardon. You wish to find his airship, yes? I know not how much truth there is to it, but there is a tale known as the final flight of the Enterprise, which grew popular in the wake of the calamity, much like the Great Gubu Wall of Ul'dah. Yeah, so that won't make sense, but to people who don't know much about 1.0. But during the calamity of 1.0, people got to see as the moon descended, Majora's Mask style, the final days of the game. The developers were putting in super duper large scale enemies just wherever they wanted, like spawning them in where they wanted, and they ended up putting a just absolute massive wall of Gubus around Ul'dah. So that was an actual thing that happened. You can probably find screen caps of it, but they could just pick and choose where to place monsters regardless of where they would spawn, and they were doing it as people were playing, and as a result they decided for funsies just to make a Gubu wall. It states that the Enterprise flew north from Cadania towards Coerthas. If true, the airship would have passed through the North Shroud, likely over the Fallguard Float, the closest settlement to Coerthas. Mayhap the Serpents stationed there have records of the events that transpired that day. I had hoped you might rest from your journey for a time, but I see that the world has need of you and the Scions. Pray look after yourself and Sid. Okay. Anything else while I'm here? Fallguard Float. That's in the Black Shroud, so before I do that, let me... Oops. Check and see. Is there anything else in Ul'dah that I want to... I still haven't picked up Withered Obsidian. Cease and desist. That's funny. Vial of High Ether. Subtle Inquiry. Woolen Tights. I might be able to make some woolen tights. Fox in a hen house. That's a whole ton of stuff. I got the Zircon, though. I got Zircon. I don't know about Spinel and Amber. I'm just checking to see if there's anything else. Eastern Thanalan, Dryborn Leaves. He Who Waited Behind. But it's showing that at the Shroud. Why is it... Maybe because it started here? Northern Thanalan. Cerulean shipments. Yeah, let's go back to town for some Cerulean shipments. Because I need to get these out of here so I can start taking on more quests. Which is going to be... Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning... Oh, it's you. Talk to Papa Wazoo? Really? He said a matter of days. So, you're telling me they're shipping what they owed me, but charging more for it. I wish Amagina and all his sons the joy of my gill. I hope he gives them gout. I do appreciate you sorting this out, and with the Papa Wazoo no less, a discerning middleman such as myself will certainly remember you for future commissions. Thanks to you, I may be able to make Cerulean shipment to Coerthas. That's a load off my mind. A middleman has not but his name, you know. Head back to Camp Dragonhead, I assume? Tell Edwin to start laying out his vats, for that's how soon he'll have his Cerulean. He won't take my word for it, since Papa Wazoo's made a liar of me by tarrying with goblins drank my shipment. Take this to Edwin as a token of my apology, and don't you sample any. Brandywine? All the way up in Coerthas. Okay. So, the woolen tights, let me check that really quick. Since I think I made myself a new needle, I did. I made a new needle and a mahogany spinner, so I should be able to make wool a little bit easier. Woolen tights. Yeah. I need woolen yarn and 2 woolen cloths. So woolen cloth has to be in there somewhere. Just need to make 2 of these. Yeah, this is going so much better when you actually have the right equipment at a high enough level to do the thing. Go, undyed woolen cloth. Let me just, whoops, doubly make sure. Yep, woolen tights. Begin. Okay, should be good. Behold, better equipment makes for much easier crafting. This is why I need to upgrade all my other classes too, because it's taking too long to make things, or it's too risky. Have you the tights? Sure do. Miss, if you would come with me. They're so soft and warm. I don't think I've ever worn such comfortable tights. This is just what I needed for all those evening parties Father makes me attend. The cold was becoming unbearable. I could wear these tights underneath my gowns and Father would never be the wiser. I realize he expects a great deal of you, but could you not simply refuse to attend? Surely you do not wish to devote your entire life to his business. I appreciate your concern, Master Rose, but it is not polite. He is my father. In that case, why not view it as an opportunity? Perhaps some enchanted evening you'll meet a charming young man. Master Rose, don't be absurd. Wawaruka would never attend one of those dreadful parties. Ah, forgive me. I had no idea that you had already made the acquaintance of such a gentleman. I thank you for the leggings. I believe I must be going now. As if Father would ever accept him. Well, at least we now know that Wawaruka's efforts were not in vain. Now, if only we could convince the buffoon to wear something relatively normal next time. Anything better? Nope. Not until the next level, at least. No! I'm only 1 level off from the next quest. Ah, pain. Much pain. I mean, I can always get it by making just a whole ton of woolen yarn, which I probably will too, but I need to get hunt cowgirls over at the Coerthas first for the wool, which in turn I can then use to get to level 45 and then take on whatever else you want. It's going to be felt next time, which I still apparently need woolen yarn for. Felt. Undyed felt. What do I make felt out of? Felt lining. Fleece, grenade ash, and natron. Okay. I hate felt in real life. I can't stand the texture of it, so I don't know much about it. Yeah, linen, woolen. Okay, it's mostly appears to be fleece, not wool, still just the fleece, but the same material. So I can either use it to make wool, or I can use it alongside grenade ash and natron, which I'm gonna have to farm more grenade ash. I'm almost out of it. And, natron. Cool. Funsies. Anyway, next. I still need to get that. What did I need for high potion? What was this? 39, 31. I need to make a... I don't think it was that far along in the quest. Yeah, high ether. I need matron's mistletoe. That's right, I needed a mandrake. Anywho. Cherry brandywine. Black shroud. Gridania's next. Just jumping all over the place. Is there aught I can assist with? The Enterprise. You speak of Master Garland's ship, yes? Aye, I need to refer to the records. I know that the airship was sighted overhead 5 years ago, clearly bound for Coerthas. What became of it after that, I cannot say. If you wish to know more, pray speak with Vortifort at Fortinel's Spire. He was on duty and saw it with his own eyes. I am unsure what it is you hope to accomplish, though. Even should you locate the ship, would you not need a man of Master Garland's caliber to fly it? I hear that the machinery is fiendishly complex. I mean, it can't be that complex. Because you don't want something overly complex when you're in the air. To repair it, maybe, not to operate it. You've come in search of Vortifort? Then well met, for you have found him. Indeed, I've served as a whaler for many years, since before the great snows came to Coerthas. What exactly is this about? Ah, the final flight of the Enterprise. I do indeed remember that day. 'Twas on the eve of the Battle of Carteneau, nigh on 5 years ago. I held the spire alone that night, while the bulk of our forces marched to meet the enemy in the field. Then all of a sudden, the most fantastic ship I've ever seen splits the sky overhead. I could only watch in shock as it disappeared over the mountains to the northwest. If the Enterprise wasn't destroyed during the calamity, I'd wager it's still somewhere in Coerthas. The astrologians of the observatorium may have records of which could help, but to obtain them you would need to deal with the Ishgardians who control the region. I wouldn't expect much, though. The high houses have long been concerned with their own affairs above all else. When Dalamud descended, they took shelter behind their gates, and now they even have little regard for the plight of the other nations. Nevertheless, they may deign to assist you should you prove yourself useful. Consider providing your services to the soldiers who guard the observatorium. Though they may refute you at first, I have little doubt they would accept aid freely offered. So in most Final Fantasy games, not only is the Enterprise one of Cid's ships, but it's also an absolutely gargantuan ship. It's massive. I don't remember if that's the case here, but in other games it certainly was. I want to say Final Fantasy III was the first appearance of it. And it was so big, not only was it an airship that could host your whole party member, but it had an inn in it, it had shops in it. And it couldn't fly as high due to a result of being so darn bulky. Excuse me, can you repeat that? You wish to offer your services to House Duriender? And what, pray tell, do you wish to receive in exchange? Absurd. As if we would permit an outsider to peruse the records of the Observatorium. Do not mistake our courtesy for friendliness. The Holy See of Ishgard may allow foreigners to travel freely within these lands, but we do not intend to offer succor to strangers. Though, to be fair, A Realm Reborn does have a really, really big mixture of Final Fantasy III and Final Fantasy XII elements specifically. I know other patches have a combination of other games mixed in. Like, I know Endwalker is going to be huge on Final Fantasy IV, and I know Dawn Trials is going to be really big on Final Fantasy X. Alone have mercy, are you still here? You may take shelter within our walls if you insist, but do not distract me while I'm on duty. We're stretched thin as is. And where the hells is that knight I sent on patrol? He should have returned ages ago. Perhaps I have a use for you after all. If you still wish to aid us, search the wilds to the west for my missing man. You will know him by his uniform, part of House Duriender, as is mine. In need of rescue? If it wasn't for you, I reckon they would have finished me off. Despicable dragon-loving bastards. Death was a mercy they didn't deserve. Ah, yes. The Coerthas racism begins. I prayed the rumors were mistaken, but this confirms the worst. I must immediately inform my superiors that the heretics are operating within this region. Fare thee well, friend. Here's hoping they think the horns are just part of my armor. This actually goes along kind of well, because the whole dragon-hating thing, me being dragon-ish, and thus hiding my horns within the armor so they think it's just part of the outfit and not part of what I am. I must say, I didn't actually expect you to find my knight, much less rescue him. I see I may have been premature in my judgment. We are a proud people, beholden to tradition, but that does not mean we are without humility. I shall instruct the Astrologians to entertain your request. However, understand that it is ultimately their decision whether or not you may peruse their records. Pray proceed to the Observatorium and introduce yourself to Edmel. The lady came in search of the airship. This is highly unorthodox. Whatever could Sir Ludovic be thinking? It's true that we maintain meticulous records which stretch back generations. However, because this information is used to chart Ravinian activity, access is strictly controlled. One can never be too careful with heretics and their sympathizers lurking about. If you wish to persist with your inquiries, pray seek an audience with the Chief Astrologian for Lamort up above. So many stairs in this place. You guys need an elevator bad, but technology is probably for heretics. No, absolutely not. Have you any inkling what you ask? While our records to fall into wrong hands, it could change the course of a war which has raged for generations. I speak not of some mere spat between southern nations. Ours is a holy crusade, and we are the arbiters of Halone's will. Yeah, whatever. I will not put our great nation at risk, certainly not to help a foreigner locate a missing airship of all things. Pardon the intrusion. I wish to speak with you regarding the recent... Oh, I did not realize you had a guest. Inquisitor Guilherme, you honor us with your presence, sir. They were just leaving. You must be the one who rescued House Duriender's knight from those heretics. Doubtless they feel indebted to you. I'm told you seek an airship last seen in Coerthas 5 years ago, yes? You come to us at an inconvenient time, I fear. Much has changed in the intervening years, and little for the better. While I wish you the best of luck in your search, I would also strongly advise caution. The snow can come quickly in Coerthas. One moment you may feel as though you have a firm grasp on your surroundings, safe and secure in your knowledge, and the next you may find yourself in a wholly unfamiliar situation, blind to the dangers hidden by the blizzard. It'd be wise for you to focus on a single landmark while traveling. Do not go into temptation and deviate from your course. That is actually decent advice in a blizzard. As someone who's had to traverse many of them. I was not aware you aided House Duriender in that fashion. Thank you. Nevertheless, my decision stands. I cannot give you what you seek. Ours is holy affairs, and therefore more important than yours. Never mind it involves us, because if it goes to shit, Garuta is right next to us, and she will kill us. You there, I cannot help but overhear a conversation with the Chief Astrologian. There may be a way I can assist you, but it would require that you perform me a favor in exchange. An associate of mine has yet to return from the expedition to the cliffs east of the observatorium. He was adamant that he could conduct his observations alone, despite the presence of Ixal in that vicinity. If you would seek out this astrologian and confirm that he is well, it would be a great comfort to me. On the bright side, it's easier to get down because you can just... that, yeah. I didn't expect to land on the lamp. Huh. I guess you can land on these, huh? Ooh, wait. Part of me wonders if I should register for the other duty since I'm here. Where is it? Since I'm right next door. Yeah, the Aurum Vale. Where is that? Oh, it's way down there now? Doggone it. Anyway. Fine, I'll go this way first. But I'll probably nab it while I'm up here. Because it's a really good time to potentially get it done. Oh, that is not a good place to be, my dude. How do we aid him? Calm his nerves? Because he's surrounded by Ixal? What a relief to see someone other than that goddamn birdman. I thought I could finish my work while the Ixal were away, but they returned far quicker than I anticipated. It was all I could do to hide and hope they might leave again before I froze to... My dude, you are not hidden. Nothing about this is hidden. They must be nearsighted as all heck. Wait, who are you? You're not one of our knights. A man of House Duriender cannot be seen in the company of an unbeliever. Good day. Rude! You're welcome, jerk. You saved my life? How dare you? It's kind of weird that Gridania deals with the Garuda when she is more in Ishgard territory than theirs. Yeah, it's kind of true, but also it's because the Ixal spanned both territories. Seeing as this was originally kind of almost part of Gridania. But after the calamity, this half got absolutely buried in snow and ice. Yeah, you can just take the chocobo in here and up the stairs. They're so impolite, I don't care about the inside of your buildings at this point. You can deal with my chocobo footprints. Y'all are so rude to me. The arrogant fool returned not long before you arrived, muttering about the disgrace of having been rescued by an unbeliever. Serves him right for underestimating the dangers our knights face every day. But you're eager to locate your airship. It may surprise you that by saving him, you have already aided your own cause. House Duriander is quick to regard outsiders with suspicion, as it is their duty to sound the alarm at the first sign of Dravinian aggression. Yet you have already aided them twice, for what they are honor-bound to repay you. Even so, they will not grant you access to the Observatorium's records. That is just as well, for there are other ways you might locate your missing airship. What I propose is that you petition Lord Portalane. Yeah, Portalane. For an unofficial introduction to the other high houses. The word of House Duriander carries tremendous weight in Ishgard. Should the captain consent, you would have little trouble obtaining information from the other high houses. You need to speak to the other nobles. And hold it above their heads like some sort of ransom. You've caused quite a stir in your short time here. First you slay 2 heretics and save a knight, and now I hear you've rescued a man of our house. I imagine you must desire something for your troubles. An introduction to the other high houses. I cannot deny that you have given us no cause to distrust you, but while you have performed 2 acts, you would have me endorse you to 3 high houses? It is only fitting that you aid us one final time, wouldn't you agree? I'm doing this for your benefit, so technically I am aiding you 3 times. The 1 is worth more than the 3 anyways. Now, I understand you are very eager to find your missing airship. Worry not, for this task should make a woman of your skills but take a moment to complete. Not long ago, a porter bound for Skyfair Locks was ambushed on the road due west of here. Though he escaped with his life, he would very much like his wares as well. On the off chance any portion of his shipment remains, I would have you travel to the scene of the robbery and bring back what you find. Lest you intend to perform only a cursory search, bear in mind that the recovering the stolen merchandise will endear you to House Harlenart. Halenarte. Halenart? Further improving the chances that they indulge your request for aid. Which is in what direction? Okay, that's more south. We can get that along the way. Since it wants me in both directions. As weird as it sounds, I'm gonna go register first and then pick up the stolen wares while I'm inside the other duty, because that'll give it more time to pop without causing issues with the other portions of MSQ. Even though I've already been in the Aurum Vale once, I guess I have to do it again? Maybe there's another dungeon there. 2 dungeons, 1 entrance, maybe. That could be very possible. From the Maelstrom, I presume. Yes, I suppose you should suffice. The Holy See is wont to beseech assistance from foreign armies, but the task before us is a daunting one, and our own knights are occupied with matters of greater import. Mayhap you have already heard the rumors of the Aurum Vale. Many a miner has been lured into its cavernous recesses by promises of vast fortunes to find only death, and doubly so. If the noxious fumes don't get them, the carnivorous fronds that lurk are happy to oblige. While there is little we can do about the former, dispatching the latter would go far in sparing the lives of the unfortunate treasure seekers. So that is where we turn to you. Enter the Aurum Vale? Again? I gotta do it twice? Item level. Leveling your character is crucial to unlocking areas and content. However, it is not the only value that you need to keep an eye on. Almost as important as the level of your class and job is the level of your gear. The reason behind this is simple. All gear is not created equal, with items featuring high item level, most often stronger than those with a low item level. You can see it over, like, here. And that is true. There's plenty of gear that's, like, level 50, but is vastly different in stats. While some high-level weapons and gear can be crafted and purchased in stores, the majority can be obtained in exchange for elegant tomestones. We'll get to that later. That is going to be in Mordona, which we haven't been to yet. Special drops that can be found in instance dungeons, raids, and on the hunt. Once you have collected enough tomestones, return to Revenant's Toll to outfit yourself with the best equipment that the realm has to offer. That's going to be in Mordona, but we don't have access to Mordona. So enter the Aurum Vale? I got to do it again? Why is it having me do it again? And I guess we're doing it twice. Huh. I already did that once. Why is it making me do it again? I think the quest is there just to make sure people are doing the optimal dungeons. Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that. It's just I don't know why it would have me do the same dungeon twice. It'd be one thing if it was like Aurum Vale but hard mode, but it's just normal mode twice. That's kind of weird. Just making sure I'm entering it proper. It makes it seem like it wants me to enter from there, but... Huh. There we go. It wouldn't let me off my chocobo. Now, if you excuse me, I have some items to collect. I'm also slightly paralyzed, so... There we go. Oops. I don't know, I find that really weird. Let's also look at our hunting log, because we gotta get that done too. East Shroud. South Shroud. Most of these are done. Central Shroud. Everything that I'm... Oh wait, this is gonna be for... Never mind. I need to be a Maelstrom. Southern Thanalan. East Shroud. And Western Lanasi. Okay, because I'll need to get those done too. In order to reach my next rank. Which is easy enough. I just gotta go there and do the thing. Have you good tidings to share? Or better yet, stolen merchandise to show? God bless you, friend. It's all here, every last... Ah, but wait, the chest over there looks like it might have been pillaged. I didn't do it. Bloody hells, that's the personal property of Lord Francel, too. Are you certain? Clearly an attempt was made to open it, but the lock appears to have held. Nevertheless, if you wish to verify the contents against your shipping manifest, be my guest. Fury take me, a draconian rosary, in the possession of Lord Francel. Yet, perhaps it's not too difficult to fathom. House Halinarte is whispered to be infected with heretics. Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention. I shall inform the Inquisitors immediately. Under these circumstances, I must strongly advise against associating with House Halinarte. Your other introductions will need to be postponed as well. It is the duty of every Ishgardian to root out and destroy heretics. All else must wait until this matter is resolved. Yeah, let's just pretend that I keep my tail wrapped around me and hidden underneath the skirt. You will say the Maelstrom is some of the best looking gear. Yeah, I chose them specifically to get the red gear first. Come closer and listen well. This is for your ears only. Lord Francel is no heretic. He's a goodly, righteous man, wholly dedicated to the cause. I know this because I serve House Halenarte for years prior to the calamity. You must go to Skyfire Locks and warn him of any coming storm. The Inquisitors are ruthless and will spare him no mercy. Speak to him of an Edelweiss, and he will know you for a friend. Now go! Sounds like someone might be getting set up. Who's to say they didn't take anything, but put something in instead? Especially if the lock still held. It means they probably opened it and relocked it in the hopes that it'd be found. Nope, not you. Yes, you look as though you have something to say, do you? Is that an Edelweiss in your pocket? Are you just happy to see me? Are you kidding? That's the canon answer. I see Sir Calliote has not forgotten my mother's favorite flower. A pity it has not been seen in Coerthas since the calamity. You may speak freely here, friend. So did the innuendo just fly above your head? That is absurd. I would sooner die than become a thrall of the dragons. Oh, so you blush at that, though. Alas, it matters what little I say at this point. Although the Draconian Rosary was not found in my possession, it will still be considered by many to be proof of my heresy. I must do my utmost to prove my innocence to the Inquisitors, for if they harbor even the slightest doubt, this will only add weight to the incessant accusations our house has suffered as of late. It is as though the gods themselves are plotting for our fall. You risk much by coming here. It is only proper that I recompense you for this deed. Tell me what you desire, and I shall do my best to provide. A missing airship. I see. It may require a prolonged effort to locate your quarry. I shall direct you to one better position to assist you. Lord Horchefont of House Four Temps, command the garrison at Camp Dragonhead. Present to him this letter of introduction, and he will surely be receptive to your needs. And now to go for the north. Let's see. Horchefont. Where do I... Okay, same spot. I could just deliver it here. And since I'm lazy and rich, boof. Ta-da! Oh my gosh. Great timing, I guess. Alright, one DPS needs to join us here. They might be in the middle of doing something. Or they might back out, in which case... Nope, there we go. Is it any different? No? Alright, same as before. Okay, they're ready to go. Let's do our best to not draw attention. People are already complaining about the dungeon, like, oh no, I hate this one. They must have gotten in here via rotation. sides. Bring them this way. They can't go any further. Oh. You're gonna bring them in here! Don't do that! Just give us a chance to finish it. It's not that bad. You're good at your white mage duties, it's not a big deal. Also, never yank the tank unless you're saving my life. Unless I'm gonna fall into a pit, never yank the tank, because I bring the misfortune that is attracted to me with me. But we didn't want to do these enemies. Too bad. They'll follow us in here, and then I have double to deal with. Oh, there goes our healer. What killed our healer? May have to heal thyself. Oh my gosh, why are you just laying there? Healer, revive thyself. Run back through. Alright. Let's do... Ta-da! And this is why I play as warrior. Alright, 1, 2... Don't take my fruit! Let's get the eggs. This is why I chose a character class that has self-heals for the LP. Is good? Yeah, we're good. Okay, dead. Any treasure? Any people? My gosh, why does the healers have so many status effects? Did you get hit by the marbles? I already have one. I'll pass. This is for healers. I'll pass. I'll pass. Pass, pass, pass. Look, it's a short trek to get back in here. Just revive thyself and do the shame sprint. free to get the treasure. I'll let you get the treasure. You good? Okay. Oh, get close. One more. Ta-da! Good fashion. I'll potentially get these on another run, but you guys seem to need these far more than I do at the moment. Ah, man. Look at me! Look at me! Eyes on me! Losing HP here. Where am I? Self-heals go burr. Please run with you. Just out of my zone. Kill these before they hatch. They're already showing signs. The ceilings are just gonna follow me around anyways. Oop. Hello. Oh dear. Landing myself firmly in the no-no square. For bad breath. Here we go. Alright. Now borrow time. Nobody steal my fruit. I'm gonna go camp a fruit, and none of y'all better steal it. Damn it, I didn't get out of the way in time. Gonna eat this. Let's get some counterattack going. Where are you going? Said every time he hits me. Get the seedlings. There we go. Level up. Okay, somebody gets player commendation and it's not healer. Let's go Black Mage. Black Mage rarely get it. And pass on the Grimoire. Give myself a chance to get commendated as well. Just in case. Person just seems to be standing there staring. So, there we go. You receive a player commendation. Yay! There we go. Back, are you? Took your time, too. Hope that means something good for my ceruleum. Well now, that is good news. And what's this? A gift from the tight-fisted Stignot? And his handsome one it is. I'll have to forgive the wretch the fury smite me if I lie. Quite a tangled skein you unwound there. And well loose, too. Thank you for your trouble. Just hope to see those ballistas will save your hide someday. Neat. And the Maelstrom quest is indeed done. Nice. I just need to complete the hunting log portion of it now. The unmistakable swagger of a well-trained adventurer. If you've come to pay your respects, be at ease, friend. I'm not one to stand on formality. Truth be told, I would gladly welcome many and more brave souls like yourself. But enough chatter. Pray tell me why you have come. Is there any justice in those worlds? These charges will receive no serious consideration. It is beyond inconceivable. Ah, yes. The letter made mention of a pressing matter in which you've required assistance. What might that be? Why do you just have a jar of pickled vegetables on your desk? So this enterprise you speak was last seen in Coerthas above the calamity 5 years ago. I fear it may prove difficult to find any eyewitnesses to these events, for while Ishgard did not participate in the Battle of Carteneau, we were embroiled in our own internal conflicts at the time. Did I catch you on your lunch break? Nevertheless, I will make inquiries on your behalf and share with you my findings in the future. In the meantime, please enjoy the hospitality of Camp Dragonhead. I will see that you are afforded every courtesy as guest of House Four Temps. with that, suddenly, more quests! Oh my gosh, you're doing the squats shirtless in this climate? As you have doubtless realized by now, the High Houses of Ishgard, House for Temps included, are either unable or unwilling to offer you formal assistance in your search. However, that does not mean that there are not influential individuals within each house who are sympathetic to your cause. I shall be sending missives to their various representatives in Ishgard, though I suspect it would be quicker and more efficient if you were to make mistakes and inquiries of your own. Lady Ninny of mine own House for Temps, who resides here in Camp Dragonhead, rather enjoys the company of travelers. There is also Cravelin of House Haliantare, who can be found at Skyfire Locks, though any information you pry from their scribe may prove difficult to parse. Have you spoken with the Chief Astrologian of House Duriander yet? Really? Perhaps we will be more accommodating once I inform him that you are a friend of House for Temps. Do not concern yourself with House Dismail. I shall contact them myself. Seek the counsel of the 3 I mentioned and return to me when finished. A word, adventurer. House for Temps has just called a reward on the snow wolves that harassed our supply trains. These creatures are the most dangerous when young and starved, and their litter is 4. A litter of 4 is both. I lost good men to those wolves. Had they been knights, the hunting horns would have sounded their blood and rushed. I would see you avenge them, and a reward is fair one. Bring back the hides, and we shall both gain what we seek. Adventurer, I hear you like a good hunt. The common folk tell me they have lost a good many of their animals to an ogre. Their petitions have come not, and they've come to me, and I in turn come to you. We must needs have a decoy for this hunt, but I would not ask the folk to risk more of their livelihood. Let us use my own beloved Sebastian to lure this ogre out into the open. Oh, he is my darling Carcool. A wise knight keeps her own source of wool. Yes, Sebastian has clothed me since I came to this camp and will someday feed me too, no doubt. But today, you will return him to me safe and sound. Take my sheep, you are to use him as bait. Where is... Oh, I bet they're up top. They're up there, aren't they? Like, I cannot find this person. Well met. A sellsword myself, but I doubt this slot here rates that any higher than any adventurers. But I can't complain. I have 3 squares and 1 clean straw enough to sleep in, even if I moil all day for it. Any road. Thought I'd share some work with you today. A wagon bound for House for Temps broke its wheel shaft on the way and sent word that they'd be half a day late. Ain't showed up yet. They're on the east road. Those legs of yours won't find it too far. I've got my own donkey to work to see too, but we have a mug of something when you return. Oh. Sebastian! You weren't supposed to go out already? Oh my god, the ice bath. Quiet, both of you, and concentrate. What is happening? Meditation in the ice, but like, this is a good way for hypothermia. You capture Sebastian with bramblewood rope. Capture air quotes. We put him on a leash. This is not even where I was meant to take him. But yeah, see all the sheep out here? This is where you get your supply of wool. Which means I'll need to be running circles around in this place. I didn't mean to initially come out here. I was just gonna grab the sheep and rush back in, but... Sorry, sheepy. Where do I hide? I don't need to know why I use this particular sheep, but... when there's so many other sheep, but... if you insist, I guess. Free the sheepy. You lose Sebastian from his bonds. Leave him be and he will make his own way back. Huh. Then what was the point? Okay, there's some more snow wolves. Just need the one. Else too. Overturned wagon. And lots of dead people. I'm paralyzed. I am no longer paralyzed. Anything I can do with this? Nope. Something stinks. Hope they're not burning garbage next door again. Because all of a sudden something smells really bad. You made good time. What news? Ixal got 'em all, huh? Poor sods. I'll tell you, the high and mighty around these parts don't even see it in black and white. They see dragon and not dragon. You know of what I speak. All manner of nasties that don't breathe fire kill just as many men, but that's neither here nor there to them. Yeah, why do you think this place makes me uncomfortable? Ain't nothing to me either, I suppose. This place, not enough men, not enough arms, and cold enough to make a man's piss turn to ice. I tell you, coming west to offer my services was mayhap less wise than I thought. This is a chill that even a bowl of Muntoy soup won't cure. Ah, to be in Gridania again. Is it better? No, it's not. Never mind. I have better jewelry at home. I hail from Gridania, sister from the sea. Fighting Ixal is what we do there, but I sure didn't expect to see them up in the mountains. I know those shite birds, and they're up to something. It's nothing I can, go to my employer with. It's just a feeling. But whenever I get this feeling in the 12's Wood and nothing gets done, something bad bit us on the arse. I've had a moment to spare, and the feeling grows stronger. It becomes a sellsword to part with his own gill in a manner. But will you enter the Ixali lair to the east and see if there's any clues to be found? I'm gonna go up top first. Kinda wish I didn't have to dismount the chocobo to speak to people. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to speak to them on the ground. Or while mounted. Truth is, I used to be galled when I pulled fire duty, but I've come to thank my lucky stars. In Coerthas, dull and warm beats dull and cold any time. I've no complaints about the warmth, to be certain. We're short-handed here, though, so dim have our lights grown. 'Tis no wonder our patrol mistook the whips for the stronghold. The north wind blows hard tonight. Will you patrol the braziers and light those that are in the dark? Listen to that shriek. Sometimes I swear the very climes have declared war against us. Here, take this bit of live coal and light the braziers with it. I'm guessing... down there. I think, for the most part. Just wanted to make sure there was nothing up here first. Whee! How these don't get blown out by the wind, though, I have no idea. Once again, similar to what I mentioned in Honkai, it's smarter to have the fire on the inside of the house, especially if you have limited burning materials. Build fireplaces! Or are chimneys also too draconic for your stuck-up selves? We came to find an airship, yet now we meddle with Ishgardian affairs of state. Good. If Alisaie were here, I would never hear the end of it. Gods, if Alisaie was here. I'm glad we left the observatorium. The people there were not friendly. Though even here, I feel eyes upon us. We are not safe. Where's the last one? Is it further down? Why would it be? There's two here. That's a dude. One there. For I'm maybe just not looking at this from the right angle. Is there any out here? No. Over here? I don't see the last one. Oop, not you. Please warm yourself by the hearth. Take a rest with your journey. Life is not a race, my friend. Rush blindly forward without concern for your health and you will one day pay the price. Also, this bear is huge. Every time I think of it, it's like, that is a big bear. From that smug look on your face, I should say there are 4 fewer wolves in the Coerthas today. Show me the pelts and complete your triumph. These they are. See your markings here. With these hell pups gone, all our people shall breathe easier. How nice it is when we scorn death in the maws of the ravaging beast. These men died in battle as surely as any of the Dragonfire. When knights are thin upon the ground, it is lowly of those that the house suffer. Grooms and washers, porters and yeomen. Our house patches with adventurers, whatever their threadbare, but some of the other high houses continue to bar the gates against outlanders altogether, or treat them with such disdain that any service they accept must surely be a taint. Honor is now how we justly treat others who serve the cause alongside us, in life and in death. Out of honor flows all that makes a man of a boy, a woman of a girl. Surely when we meet Helene in the afterlife, 'tis honor she judges, not pride. A word, if I may. Have you the inclination to undertake other commissions? I would not ask if you did not look rested and refreshed. You may have heard whispers of it, but a patrol lost its way in the blizzard and wandered into the ogre's belly. Needless to say, not all of them returned alive, and the sawbones have been carving all manner of bits off those that did. They mistook Will-o'-the-Wykes for the light of the camp, and we were lured into the cave. We've enough perils around us without those quizzing devils amusing themselves thus. We cannot have men gainsaying their own eyes, and afraid to trust the lights that they see in the distance. Will you take yourself to the ogre's belly and dispatch those Wykes? Ah, you there. And let us toast a job well done. I've just finished brushing Sebastian. He'll get some squash with his hay tonight. Coerthas spoke highly of you, and he is right. There's much to be said of a person who has sworn not to a master but their work. With adventurers, one need only speak to the end and they devise of their own means. Okay, but seriously, where's the torch? Is it in here? I can't help but notice all the bird sounds in Coerthas are birds where I live, too. That was just a blue jay. I've heard chickadees. These are birds very specific to where I live, which is kind of funny. Not over here. This is too far. Ah, it's up top. I'm like, I can't find the lights. Not here? No. Further. Further afar. Up top! It's up top! That's right. Oh my god. Come on, brain, kick in. All done? Come closer to the fire. You're looking a mite blue. It gladdens my heart to know that the blazers are lit tonight, giving freely their light and warmth. Yeah, it's almost like we come from a warmer climate and I have cold blood. Yes, dull and warm, and some of import. As I've said, I've no complaints about the warmth, not a one. You look a tad blue. Nah, it's my scales. Which they probably think is part of the helmet. Why, hello. What's this, an airship you say? I hate to disappoint you, but I know nothing of what you seek. Likely no one of House Fortemps does, for if they did, I would definitely know as well. The topic on everyone's lips these days is what will become of your young Lord Francel. Some say the allegations are long overdue, given how many members of House Halienter have been found guilty of heresy in recent days. That could also mean suspicions for being set up, though. Giving him no one to defend himself with. Is there anybody who might want his position? That daughter of mine, when she has a mind to do a thing, there's no stopping her. She's gone off to the Weeping Saint alone. I've told her time and again it's not safe with all the unbelievers about. This place. You're one of those fearless, fire-breathing adventurers, are you? I'm afraid of how to answer that with how you've been treating me as of late. Normally I'd tell you to stay away from my fine, high-spirited lass, but right now I bid you in hot pursuit of the Weeping Saint and bring her back safe and sound. I thought you just said you were afraid of non-believers. Yet you want me to go fetch her. Make up your mind. Yeah, alas, I'm not too familiar with most castles and forts in real life, just because it's not really a thing we have here. We have some old war forts and stuff, but that's about it. Any actual temples of old are in South America. South or Central America. Oh my. I guess I can get you involved. Might as well. 4 for 1 deal. Is this particular one built off of a real-world example? That's right, I have to go around. Why? Why can't I? I can literally just squeeze through that in real life. Not to your knowledge? Okay, I thought maybe that was why you brought it up. To me, for the birds, it's just bird sounds I hear literally every single day. So for me to have them appear in a fantasy video game, like, I know they have to use birds from somewhere, but to use them almost exclusively from my region in a whole bunch of video games is always kind of funny, regardless of whether they fit or not. At least it's snowy here, so that makes a little bit more sense. Both blue jays and chickadees are hardy birds that withstand the snow. They don't migrate. But, having them in places with, like, tropical stuff is always kind of funny. as well as places that are very clearly not the Americas. They don't exist otherwheres. Genshin, for example, I hear a lot of birds from my region there too, and it's like, but they aren't from the regions that you're displaying, so that's kind of funny. Most people wouldn't notice, but since I live in the area where those birds exclusively like to stay, it's kind of funny to me. Anything else out here before I return? Ooh, she's gonna be all the way up there. Most forts are relatively small and cramped. They are. That's why these ones, like, you're having a crisis of warmth and like you don't shrink down where you're living, like you don't divide it up, you don't hang any tapestries to keep the heat from leaking out through the stones. Like, come on. Spin some of that wool and hang it up on the walls. Make funky patterns if you want. Otherwise, you're gonna freeze. People's small living spaces weren't just because they didn't own very much, it was also to keep the heat in the wintertime. The less hutch you have, the less hutch you have to heat. My father sent you to fetch me back? My, he must be overstrung. He usually mislikes adventurers. He knows very well I must have the blessed water and can hardly get it anywhere else. Yeah, I don't know about blessed. It's... You don't ever want to drink still water in a cave. You don't even want to disturb still water in a cave, since it can oftentimes release toxic gases. Father means well, but I cannot have him ordering me home and insisting on armed chaperones. This war is older than he or his father. What does he mean to do? Hide me away in the tea caddy and hope that the war ends before I'm old and gray? Still, I'm not insate to the dangers. Will you keep watch while I fetch the water? Who knows? You may discover an unbeliever in the woodworks. Yeah, you get your heavy metal-laden water and... Bat guano. Investigate the area. Where does it want me to investigate? What truck have I had with you or with me, huh? All may partake of the saint's tears, or do you not believe that I am worthy? I am. I know what you're thinking, adventure woman person. I do. As transparent as that water there, not very. The water she's taking. You think I'm one of those unbelievers. I find your accusations vile and remove yourself from my foul presence. You dropped a thing. Is this one of those things where they're like, the water is holy because we say it is, regardless of the actual quality? Like, look, it's not connected to anything. This is not flowing water, and it's in a cave. That's a big no-no to even touch it, let alone bottle it up. What's wrong? And what's that you have in your hand? 'Tis no soldier's weapon, and none but knights have leave to bring a weapon into a holy place. Perhaps there really was a heretic here, or I have somehow summoned one by my careless jest. I shall return to Camp Dragonhead forthwith. I'm not easy in mind, kind adventurer. You'll do your best not to linger. I could go with you. Even then, a lot of forts, too, they weren't just for the nobles. They were often for all the people that worked there. And people are talking in the chat, and I want nothing to do with it, so I'm going to just casually cover that up. Where are we going next? That is south. And this is... I can't see. It's below. Because I'm in the fort area. There we go. Fort Lamont, which is even further south. We go south. Why is my map being all weird? Why? There. Jeez. What did I bump to make my map all funky? Some of the bigger ones are mostly prisons. Well, I kind of suspect they have to put people somewhere. Some of these big ones are technically prisons too. They have prisons underneath. Which is ironically where it's probably warmer. Go figure. What news? What is it that you carry? This black yew from the North Shroud. Unknown in Coerthas, the Ixal make a living of blinds and walls, but the yew being slow to grow, why would they bother to cut it down and convey it west? Unless the Ixal mean to stay here. This is the beginning of a settlement. While the Ishgardians busy themselves with dragons, the birdmen are stealing this patch of Coerthas right from under their noses. Hence why Garuda is potentially being summoned. I tell you, unless the Holy Sea acts now, the Ixal will rapidly gain a foothold in this area. That means more war. And though that means more work for the likes of me, I have enough as is. The Ixal are moving into Coerthas in a lasting way. It's most small task to bring those dogs from the 12 Wood this far west. They must be using their cursed balloons, those shite birds. Even their supplies have wings, and what comes out of the balloons goes into the ground in Coerthas. We need to hit them now before their settlement gets bigger. The Ishgardians won't give us swive till it's too late. I need my own people. Take this letter to a reprobate named Usadoril. We fight together in the Quiver once. He's Levy's garrisoned at the Fallguard Float. They also used to be a lot more wood than stone. Yeah, it kind of depends on the area. There are some closer to Mexico that are built right into the cliffside. Those are pretty cool. I fight not for Ishgard in this matter. If they want to consider it a debt, fine, by me. It goads me that the Ixal are waltzing into Coerthas right under my nose. Where are we going? We're going south? I think. Oop. One moment, we are out of points. So let us get another hour of points. Freebie experience, let's go. Back so soon and with full success. Those wykes never knew what struck them. I'll wager, by Halone, it's good to have something go well. Forgive my outburst. It's been a difficult week. Moon, some larger span of time. Like a siege, through none exists, and man cannot live in a constant state of unhappy strain. The success you convey back to me means a great deal. And north. Top or inside? Hard to tell. Inside. But where's the stairs? Here's the stairs. I thank you for her safe return, but she is much subdued and will not tell me what passed at the Weeping Saint. I shall want answers, and quickly. A strangely furtive man, you say, gaze fixed upon my girl and armed in a holy place? It must well be an unbeliever, for who would risk doing such things? A girl of noble blood who eschews the seclusion that is her due makes an excellent prey. Of course I know this. Many thanks. Think me a scandal for allowing a daughter to run wild, and of course I worry. Every day, every minute. Yet I would not take the world for her. Yet I would not take the world from her. She is what she is, a rambling rose, and I cannot help what she was born to. I will keep her safe, from a distance mayhap, but safe. Okay, we're good here. So I think we can start heading south. As soon as I find the south exit, there it is. Because this place is so blocky, it has a hard time letting me out. Let me out! Because this is at the Fall Guard float. This is in Hussey. First one's down here. Second one will be even further down. And so, we must hoof it. Further in. Alone, grant me strength. There must be some way to... Oh, who are you? A friend of Lord Hochefant? I want to help you, I truly do, but the accusations of heresy have been thrown at House Haliantare into chaos. Right now we must focus on combating these charges and preserving our reputation. And further south once more. You've been accused. Good, now get out. That's what it feels like. Don't even talk to me. Did you know that you're wanted for yes? Now get out. You're letting the cold in. Where? Back into the Astrologians' stronghold. It's also just faster to build a wooden box than a stone box. Well, England had some even pre-built. Yeah, that's kind of true also, especially if you have to make the stone. Each individual brick. And haul it and temper it with the hay and yeah. And it depends how long it's meant to last. If it's meant to only last like 1 or 2 human lifetimes, then like wood is fine. If it's meant to last, you know, forever, then it's more likely to have stone. I gather you've been busy since last we spoke. Lord Hochefant's missive was positively glowing, but if you think that his endorsement is cause for me to disregard Ishgardian policies, then you are sorely mistaken. We are at war, and the enemy grows bolder by the day. Why, in the short time since the Inquisitor Guilherme arrived in Coerthas, countless heretics have been discovered, even amongst the elite Ishgardian society. If Lord Hochefant wishes to waste his days chasing after a long-lost airship, then that is his choice. But if he expects others to share in his folly, then he is truly blind to the present state of affairs. You're still so rude. By your countenance, I take it you did not learn anything of use. Nor did I fear. It seems the whole of Coerthas is consumed by this talk of heretics in the high houses. We can only hope that my sources in Ishgard did provide more pertinent information. I had another personal request to make of you. It concerns Lord Francel, of whom much has been whispered in recent days. I have received a report that he and 3 knights were seen heading north towards the Steel Vigil. The outpost was long ago overrun by the Dravidian horde, so I'm not certain what he intends to accomplish in such a small force. Whatever his motives, I fear for his safety. Pray journey to the Steel Vigil and see if Lord Francel's party requires assistance. And we hoof it again. So much of a Realm Reborn is go all the way over here and then come all the way back. Hence why I'm so focused on my gosh darn chocobo. Because at least we can make it a little faster. Also, I warp, regardless of how silly it is or how much I bebop all over the map. It's just faster. I'll sell stuff in the background to make up for the cost, but good gracious. This is why I constantly warp. I don't see the point of walking everywhere. Walk all the way out and walk all the way back. Guys, make me a grocery list or something. Ah, where's Lord Francel? Please, you must find him. Right behind you. Who goes there? Bren? No, stay back. The fiend is still here. Yep, churches made of stone because they were meant to last. It's dead now. Alone be praised, you did it, but what of the others? The 3 knights who accompanied me, where are they? Well, I found one. Confound it all. How are we to redeem House Halianter if we can't even slay a single Avis? We're fortunate that you came when you did. House Halianter will remember your kindness. I heard for the beast's cries from yonder. Then Lord Francel is safe? Bless you. Gesundheit to you too. Curse those fiends. It's as though they knew we were coming. Yeah, it's almost like you were lured out here, like I suggested. If we ruin his reputation and he has to fix it, that will cause him to go into a place where we can then get rid of him for good. It was a foolish thing to do, I know, but I had hoped we might demonstrate our devotion by slaying a number of the Scalekin. Moreover, it was House Halianter that yielded the Steel Vigil to the Horde many years ago. One might say that our defeat here heralded the slow decline of the house's once great name. Well, you came here to slay some scale beasts, and I understand wanting to repair your reputation, but, why are you still dressed like that? Not exactly good for surviving from the Scalekin, I must say. Your companions had armor, why not you? And Times Tills took some of them, as it does. Nothing is permanent. And sometimes it's eroded by time, and sometimes it's eroded by people. We have been brought ever lower than those despicable accusations of heresy, and despite my best efforts, I have done naught to improve my situation. The day of my trial approaches. Soon I must accept the judgment of the Inquisitions, whatever it may be. But even should my protestations fall on deaf ears, I will proclaim my innocence to my dying breath. And we warp in. Because alas, 'tis not that it can escape the passage of time. What did you find at the Steel Vigil? Oh, I see. A reckless plan, but at least it did not cost him and his knights their lives. I have news for you as well. A witness to the final flight of the Enterprise has been found. Alas, there is a complication. It has become common knowledge that you paid a visit to Lord Francel at Skyfire Locks not long ago. Like I was asked to. Upon learning of this, the witness became understandably reticent to make your acquaintance, so fear of being seen in the company of someone who might later be declared a heretic. Why did you ask for me, then? A not unreasonable fear, given the zeal of which the Inquisitor Guillaume has conducted his investigations. In any case, if we wish to obtain his testimony, we must first clear Lord Francel's name, and by association, yours. Ah, guilty by association. I don't even know people, and all of a sudden I'm a heretic. As I see it, the key to proving Lord Francel's innocence is by discrediting the evidence against him. I speak of the Draconian rosary found in the chest you yourself recovered. If you would, please tell me of the incident in question. So it was found in a locked chest labeled as the property of Lord Francel. If the rosary was not his, then someone else with access must have planted it. That thing I said. Here is what you must do. Return to Skyfire Locks and speak with Rickman. He works closely with the porters who ferry goods across Coerthas, so he may have some inkling as to who could be responsible. In other words, why would you even have it in the chest that could be discovered by others? Oh, if somebody opens this, whether it just falls off the wagon or whatever, I get discovered. Oh no, I'm branded a heretic, and therefore I'm thrown into the great big pit. Maybe I would never seek to transport something that way, and that automatically disproves it because I'd be a dumbass to do so. But then you have Stonehenge. Yeah, but Stonehenge isn't really so much a building as it is a placement of stones. Big ones. But even it will be eroded by time. Water, wind, the earth shifting beneath it. People. The more intricate a structure, the more likely it is to fall apart. The more simplistic, the more likely it is to remain standing. Hence why monoliths used to be so darn popular. Eh? Someone tampering with shipments? Fury strike me down. If all of them rosaries found in our people's possessions were planted... Hey now, don't you give me that look. I'm a House Hollianter man through and through. This heresy nonsense is bad for me and my family, too. I ain't saying the porters that were bringing the shipment did it. I know most of them that work with the trade routes, and I've never had cause to question their faith. But it wasn't them neither, and your guess is as good as mine. After all, most every shipment is thoroughly inspected before it. Huh? Could it have been the fellows who were responsible for the inspections? Huh. Ishgardian Knights and Inquisitors, the lots of them. As if they'd ever turn their cloaks. Reckon that means the porters are your most likely suspects. Hate to think it, but mayhap you should question them. But also, the people in charge are most likely the people to get away with doing shit because you always make it infallible. There's a crew coming to Camp Dragonhead from Whiterun Front this eve. You might consider having a word with them. Oh my gosh! Why? Every time. Coerthas is too big. This episode is getting expansive. Beg your pardon, you suspect that we porters have been planting draconian rosaries in House Hollianter shipments? What nerve! If you truly believe such nonsense, search our parcels and see what you find. No time to talk, we're on a tight schedule. Once we've made our deliveries, we're to deliver parcels to Skyfire Locks. And that's true of electronics, too. The more complex and the more moving parts there is, the more likely it is to fall apart. Are we finished? If so, I would appreciate an apology. But that's impossible. There's 2 draconian rosaries? Once the knight at the Whiterun Front concluded our inspection, I loaded the parcels onto the wagon myself. If I had been the culprit, I would have never allowed to search my shipments. Say what you will to Lord Haurchefant, I will not be held accountable for this. Did something happen outside? I thought I heard shouting. But more importantly, what did Rickman have to say? More draconian rosaries? In every single parcel bound for Skyfire Locks? That beggars belief. No, we had 2 rosaries. There was 2 rosaries and 3 parcels. Even the Inquisitors must not acknowledge that this is no more than a crass attempt to sully the House Hollianter's reputation. Whoever is responsible has overplayed his hand. And praise Halone that he did. Lord Francel's trial is upon us, and we must act now as if to clear his name. From the very first I knew it could not be so that many members of House Hollianter were heretics. At last we can give to the lie that the poisonous allegations and put an end to this travesty. I will need to prepare a formal statement regarding the developments for the Holy See. In the meantime, I would have you bear words to the Inquisitor... Brigid? Tell her that the House for Temps asks, and aid demands, that Lord Francel's trial be postponed until a full investigation has been conducted. Wait, is she in here? No. Up top. What is it, my child? Lord Haurchefant wants to have the Inquisitors do what? But that's not possible. Inquisitor Guilherme presides over Lord Francel's trial at Witchdrop ever as we speak. Fear not, Lord Francel is indeed innocent. He shall walk in Halone's halls when the fallen heroes of Ishgard.
Lady! I swear to God.
That is not how trials are supposed to work. It's not guilty and innocent if he dies. Where are we going? I thought it would be outside, but it was not. If he dies, then he is innocent. Then in the words of Final Fantasy XIII, then why not just purge everybody? Because I guess that'll fix it. They have taken Lord Francel to a Witchdrop? This is madness. The Inquisitor does not have sufficient grounds to subject him to that manner of trial. I will not stand idly by and allow an innocent man to die. Bren, I would dispatch you and one of my knights to Witchdrop to foretell the proceedings until such a time as I am able to join you and petition the Inquisitor Guilherme in person. I will endeavor not to keep you waiting too long. Do whatever you must to keep Lord Francel alive. Alright, but my method of keeping people alive might not be to your liking. This sounds like it requires force. Which I am good at, but, you get to clean up afterwards. Hail, as you can see, Lord Francel yet lives. We must try to reason with the Inquisitor, but if his guards judge us as a threat, we must also be prepared to defend ourselves. Level 42? I'm good, I'm level 52. Joacine Charlemagne Francel de Halienter, you stand accused of heresy against the Holy See of Ishgard. Is there aught you wish to say in your defense? Hear me, brothers, these charges are false. The men and women of my line have ever been opposed the Dravinians, and I'm no different. Since the very birth of our nation, we've gladly shed blood in service to the Holy See. Condemn me, and you will strike a blow for the enemies of Ishgard. It is for Halone to judge if you speak the truth. Prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men. Leap from the cliff and entrust your fate to the Fury. The righteous shall take their place in Halone's halls, while the wicked shall revel in the draken forms and be put to the sword. So, wait, even if he falls and he lives, they're just gonna judge him as, like, corrupt and kill him anyway? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. In the name of House Fortemps, I beseech you, stay your hand. Inquisitor, we've come on behalf of Lord Haurchefant. My lord has uncovered evidence which suggests that the charges against Lord Francel are without merit. We humbly request that these proceedings be suspended until such a time as full re-examination of the facts has been conducted. You know, an actual trial. Lord Haurchefant has allowed his personal relationship with the accused to cloud his judgment. That he should harbor private doubts I might have allowed, but that he would dare interfere in legal proceedings sanctioned by the Holy See I cannot. To defy the will of an Inquisitor is to commit heresy, a crime for which there is but one punishment. We must hold until Lord Haurchefant arrives, and remember, no harm can come to the Inquisitor. That's a big ask, my dude. Oh yeah, I should probably get Defiance going, since I have a white mage with me. Look, Lord Harshaphant has come. Yeah, knock it off. Ishgardian scum. Excuse you? Whose side are we on here? We have infighting. And dragons. A wyvern? But there were no reports of Draconian activity. Get back here. Oh, I see. You're a healer. Then you die first. Oh my gosh, it's running away. Oh, they're both. Eyes on me. Any more? They're running this way, so I'm assuming I'm running this way. And a rosary was dropped as well. What is... Duty complete. Yeah, witch trials were just a whole mess. It's not our intention to defy the will of the Archbishop. But this trial, like many others, I fear, has been orchestrated by enemies of House Halianter, and they have used you and your fellows to sow discord, Inquisitor, to set brother against brother, that we may tear ourselves apart. The fevered imaginings of a desperate man. What proof have you for this? By the fury, a draconian rosary. Then the knight who refused to yield. It was he who summoned the wyvern? A heretic in the rates of the Temple Knights. This has grave implications. Your claims would appear to have merit, Lord Harshaphant. I shall withdraw my charges against Lord Francel, pending another investigation. I trust you have not lost sight of which first brought you to Coerthas. Pray locate your errant airship, and use it. 'Twas part of the Inquisition all along? No one suspects the Wyvern Inquisition. Lord Harshaphant, I have not the words to express my gratitude, but why would you risk your reputation to save mine? Because I know you, boy. You're too loyal to betray Ishgard, and too devout to question your sentence. Had we been any slower, you'd have jumped of your own free will. I would have done whatever it took to redeem House Halianter. Pray still alone it did not come to that, but it profits little to dwell on what might have been. Let us quit this place. Pray visit me at Camp Dragonhead once you have recuperated. Oh, my mail. It's like reminding me every time I complete a duty. You've got mail. Which way? This way. Excuse me. Sorry for disturbing your meditation bath. Yeah, the sensor bar is slightly off. Oh well. I must have nudged it ever so slightly. You look well. May I say what a pleasure it is to fight alongside such a fearless and skillful warrior. Probably also take it off since it's nobody else is talking. Were it not for you, Lord Francel would have surely died defending the honor of this house, and I might as well have perished at the hands of a heretic and his wyvern. House Vertemps and House Halianter shall never forget your service. Now, let us return to the matter of your missing enterprise. The man with knowledge of the Enterprise awaits you outside. I pray his information proves useful to you. I'm assuming they're italicizing it because it's technically a title name and not because they're saying it weird. Otherwise it kind of implies that they're exclaiming it every time they say it. How quickly the commoners' opinions change. They say Lord Francel is innocent now, but just a few days prior. Anyways, you were inquiring as to the whereabouts of an airship last seen in Coerthas several days before the calamity, yes? Well, it so happens that I was monitoring the night sky at the observatorium during that period. I recall that the small vessel came from the direction of Gridania and landed near the stone vigil in the northwest. The garrison almost certainly seized the vessel and brought it within their walls. If so, then you would need an army of knights to have any hope of securing it. Though Lord Haurchefant is, in all indications, quite fond of you. All indications? So mayhap he can lend you a few. In any case, I've done my part. I shall pray for your success, friend. Oh, so at last you've encountered the Enterprise. I believe congratulations are in order. The Stone Vigil? Perhaps I spoke too soon. The outpost has been held by the... some of my stuff is already selling in the markets, as you can see. There we go. That's how I pay for things. Perhaps... The outpost has been held by the dragons for years, and all access is restricted by the decree of House Duriander. I'll write a letter to Lord Drillamont of White Brim Front and request that he grant you permission to enter. That said, I fear my influence alone will not suffice, so I suggest that you request Lord Francel do the same. Now that your business at Camp Dragonhead is concluded, I suspect we may not meet again for some time. I wish you well in your journeys. May Halone guide you. Just hopefully not off a cliff like everybody else. Salem is one of your favorite, I'm assuming, Fate arcs? A moment, if you will. You are the adventurer who cleared out Lord Francel's good name, are you not? Allow me to thank you. His lordship is House Hollianter, you see, and it's unjust that he was born under a waning moon. Yet what was thin must eventually grow fat again. I would think Lord Haurchefant as well, but I should not like to be seen as currying favor either for myself or my house. I would present him with a gift under your name if you are amenable. I have selected a bottle of nectar for his lordship. Would you collect it from the wine cellar downstairs and deliver it to Midgustel in the kitchen? The wine cellar's name is called Emmanuel, and the bill has been settled. Okay, I can do one name, but not the other one. Where is... down here. Granddaughter of the Gotcha game. Okay. Must be rising in the world to have the custom of the most famous adventurer of these parts. How may I serve you? Sir Aurel sent you? Of course. Here's the bottle she ordered, and a fine choice, if I may say so. This nectar was mixed with blessed water from the Weeping Saint. Ugh, I'm not drinking that. Sweet and iceless, even in deep winter. 'Twas no mean feat procuring such a choice liquor with the road snowbound, I am to please. I'm sorry, but cave water is such a big no-no. Heavy metals galore. I also remember, too, there's the PSP game. I forgot about it the last time we talked Fate. Well, if it isn't Bren, everyone's talking about you, you know, looking for a place to hide. Sweet goodness, Danifin's joy. I haven't seen one of these upon the sideboard for a good many moons. This is too rich for your purse, I'd wager, so it must be from Aurel? I guessed well, did I not? The high houses of Ishgard are descended from the heroes who stood with Haldreth, the first Azure Dragoon. They are like brothers, Lord Haurchefant says. The, Dragoons they speak of are indeed also going to be the Dragoon class, if you started there. They bigger ceaselessly, but they must remember to hold fast to one another when the safety of Ishgard is at stake. Thank you for delivering this, and serving as Sir Aurel's decoy, Lord Haurchefant has been quite deprived of his favorite indulgence since the cold grew so ferocious. I know that one released overseas, so that's technically available. Grantedly, probably hard to find since, you know, PSP, but still. At least it was brought over at some point and doesn't need to be patched or hacked or anything of the sort. Wonderful to see you again. Is there anything I can do to repay you? Name it. So the airship you seek is likely inside the Stone Vigil. It shames me to say that it too was once in an outpost held by House Halianter. In the chaos that followed the calamity, the Dervinian horde caught us as unawares. The fiends held out the outpost ever since. As we lack the strength of arms to retake the Stone Vigil, House Duriander instead has been charged with this duty. Given that, I doubt that my words will carry much weight with Lord Drillamont. Nevertheless, I will write you the letter. Before you depart, a word of caution. The caravans who attempted to destroy House Halianter have yet been unmasked. Though their plans were foiled, they doubtless still harbor great hatred towards us, and towards you now as well. Oh my gosh, that's all the way over there. It's probably going to be one of these. I remember this dungeon slightly, but I forget which one it's going to be. At least it's a different dungeon and not one I've had to run twice now. Whee! Yeah, the gacha game is on Google Play. I don't know if it's on iOS, but I could probably go get it through the Google Play Games beta now. I'd have to double check if it's on iOS, because iOS is much more censorship prone, and they often don't allow a lot of more mature games anymore. It's kind of hit or miss whether something will be there. I guess I could check really quick, since I'm running. Let's see, App Store. I can multitask. I can play games and type at the same time. Fate. Fate Grand Order. Yeah, it does have it. No, it's currently on Apple. I'm looking at it. The gacha game, anyway. Not the visual novel. You desire an audience with Lord Drillamont, do you? Huh, I desire a night in a warm bed with my wife, but wishing won't make it so. Yeah, that's between you and your wife, sir. Oh, what do we have here? Letters from Lord Harshafont and Francel, is it? Likely... Oh, you're serious. What to do? What to do? Your timing could not have been worse, Traveler. Lord Rillamont's attentions are solely focused on the Stone Vigil at present. In any case, it's not my responsibility to escort visitors. Take your letters and show them to Sir Alibois. Alibois? Alibois? Alibois. Yes, Sir Alibois can surely accompany you. Seek her in the storeroom on the opposite side of the yard. Was it the last time you checked? They must have changed it. Yeah, they must have. Because I see it on my end. It might have been recently updated since Apple is going to be forced now, since the latest press conference for iOS 17, they're going to be forced to allow future APK files, so they might loosen their restrictions on mature content a little bit at least, just because they would much rather people download it from their store, and therefore they get the revenue sharing, as opposed to people downloading APKs off of like Google, and therefore they get none of the revenue sharing. So if they're forced to host it, they might as well get paid to host it. So I'm gonna guess that it's probably gonna increase what games and apps are available on their store all of a sudden again. Sir Brundier bade you speak with me, did he? I know not why he presumed I would be in a better position to help, but I assure that he is mistaken. Lord Drillamont hasn't the time to spend speaking with low-ranking knights such as I. However, he always has a moment to spare for head Chirigen Astaden. Why not visit the infirmary upstairs and show your letters to him? Because even versions of... Where's the upstairs? Where's the stairs? Do I have to leave to go upstairs? Seriously? Even versions of social media apps like Twitter, Reddit, etc. have different versions on iOS to comply with the censorship. So if there's any like not safe for work elements, Apple does their best to try and skirt around those. So certain subreddits, for example, can't even be accessed on iOS through the app. You can do it through Safari, but not through the app. Because they're just really uptight about that for some reason. So games with any degree of fan service were completely wiped from the market for the longest time. Are you here, sir? Here to visit a patient? What's this? Letters of introduction from House for Temps of Halienter? With documents such as these, you needn't seek an escort. Pray proceed to the barracks and speak with Sir Gordon. He should know Lord Drillamont's current whereabouts. Hey, Sid. If the Enterprise is indeed inside the Stone Vigil, then we must convince Lord Drillamont to cooperate. So I'm glad some stuff might start coming back, and if it doesn't, other places can start either offering the APK files to run natively, or I can start using Google Play's games to play it on my PC instead, eventually. The more that starts coming out of beta, the more access I'll get. And the more people give it a shot, the more likely it will to come out of beta, so most people don't even know that it came out. That's why I'm kind of like spreading the word, like, hey guys, video games! What reason have you for barging into... Oh, I see. Well, you're in luck. Lord Drillamont is just up these stairs. Letters or no, though, I would not expect much. House Duriander as a whole does not hold adventurers in high regard, I've noticed. You had best state your intentions quickly and succinctly. I know what it means, I can't... Sufficiently show proper respect and it should be returned in kind. Why am I struggling with this word? Sir Gordon permitted you passage. Very well, speak. You wish to brave the ruined outpost filled with scalekin to secure an airship that may or may not be there? Are you the avatar of the Fury herself? You never know. We are the scions of the Seventh Dawn, Lord Drillamont. You know our name, and you know our deeds. We come to Coerthas to slay Garuda, Lady of the Vortex. To that end, we seek the Enterprise, the airship of Master Sid Nan Garland, who stands before you now. Master Garland, you're alive? But that's impossible. Indeed it is, my lord. Do not be deceived by their honeyed words. These foreigners are not to be trusted. It is this critical moment in Ishgardian history as House Duriander marshals its forces to retake the Stone Vigil, who should appear in Whitebrim Front but 3 mysterious strangers. Sid Garland, missing and presumed dead since before the Calamity. No, he was in the Calamity cutscene. And 2 scions of the Seventh Dawn, a defunct band of misfits recently exterminated by the Empire. The lesser how do you know about that? We never spoke to you about that. The lesser houses may have been duped by those grandiose lies, but I should hope that House Duriander would have greater sense. We didn't tell you about that. We told you we came seeking an airship. I didn't tell you about my dead friends. I know not why these 3 seek the Stone Vigil, but I know that we cannot permit them to pass. Thank you for your counsel, Inquisitor. For a moment I nearly believed this mummer's farce. You 3 will not enter the outpost until we have reclaimed it, and until you declare your true intentions as well. It could be moons before House Duriander purges the dragons from the Stone Vigil, and we cannot afford to wait that long. Sid, Bren, we must do whatever it takes to earn Lord Drillamont's trust, understand? But he already disbelieves us. Can we just, like, break in? All in favor of breaking in, say aye. My gosh, there's suddenly so many quests. Is it above me? Below me? below me. I think. Maybe? Yes? No? Hello? Ooh. Easy to fall off these. Ah, the bell. Still the wrong door. All in favor of breaking some knees. Adventurer, I hear some of my brothers and knights made of your drudge. Fie, by the fury, set your sights higher. Oh, again, people talking. I have for you a gallant mission. Slay the Dravidian outwatches that tremble in our steps. They are as dogs, cherishing the Dravidians as the wordless forests of their minds, every thought a fairy ring that vanishes by nightfall. Brandish these dragon scales, with the outwatchers are near and they will come. Quest accepted. Next level. We've got a rat problem, and if nothing is done about it now, we shall soon have a supply problem and a plague problem. They're no more content with the kitchen than the potboy is, and have a run of the outpost. They feed off of our scraps. The fact that you have scraps in a food desert. Unwanted guests at a meager feast. See if you can have a good look around and roast up a few to slay. I question who's not finishing their dinner when we have naught but any to spare. That it may go to the rats instead. You, the one responsible for that commotion upstairs, aye? Word travels fast in White Room Front. I gather you still wish to challenge Lord Rillamont's mind? If there's one thing I've learned about the man in my time here, it's that he listens and respects the opinions of those under his command. Went over the barracks and he's sure to take notice. How, you ask? That's easy. Serve the poor souls decent fare for a change. It depends. Will they discard it and leave it for the rats? The last few supply shipments contain no meat whatsoever, and the knights are ruefully beginning to complain. I'm thinking we could prepare them steaks using mud puppy tail meat. 'Twouldn't be a real quality meat, 'tis true, but it'd be a dim sight better than nothing. If you mind to lend a hand, why not await a lurking mud puppy in Danafin Pass, and take this bottle of vinegar. Locals say it weakens mud puppies by clogging their mucus glands, drying their skin. Search for rats. Somewhere in here. Literal rats. Guys, get some cats. I know they might be slightly dragon-shaped, but trust me, it's for your own good. A word, if I may, adventurer. As much as it pains me to say this, I must. Go to the Gates of Judgment. Deliver a petition to Sir Marslain. Tell him we need reinforcements. The common folk are tail-worn from the constant skirmishes with the dragons, and the mood grows dark in the front. We teeter on a knife's edge, and will surely fail. Rotting vegetables? In the snow? How do they rot in this cold? This place is just one big freezer. They might be a tad freezer burnt, but they wouldn't rot unless they were in the building and neglected. Store your food better. We have free refrigeration. And that you would just toss it outside. What is it doing here? Let's see. Up top, perhaps? I don't see any more purple glow. Nope, here it is. Some of these are things like pumpkins and root vegetables, too. These keep a long time. I have harsh words for whoever is storing these foods. You're doing a very bad job. Did you keep them next to the fire? Ah, the poor soul. She has a betrothed, yet she will die without hearing his voice speak the words of passing. He deserted, you see, on the eve of the battle with the dragons. He now languishes in the dungeons. I cannot give her more time, not with such medicines as I possess. At any rate, at the very least, take word to her love, Lawrence, that he might say such prayers as he is able. Where is it taking me? Down below, maybe? Can I go inside? Oh, adventurer, I claim your time in the name of the Holy See. Search the body downstairs for personal effects and deliver the lot to the gates of judgment. He was a heretic in life. You need not be gentle. Usually we leave the carcass for the crows, but as you well know, there has been some trouble as of late, and now we're told to trifle through these lousy pockets. Low work it is, and I leave it to you. You'll find naught but nits, I warrant. Where even is... Nope, that's outside. What is this building design? There's the stairs. Why do you make me do it? He's already dead. You need not be gentle. Of course not, he's dead. What can an adventurer want with a man whose purse is empty and name besmirched? What, the words of passing? No, they said she was on the mend. If you have ever loved, hear me. There is something hidden in the forest southeast of here. You shall know it by the sign. Take it to her, Take it to her, and I beg of you. It says there's another quest here, but I don't know where it is. Is it in one of the other cells? Yeah, it is. Huh, do you see? Do you see the great dragons? Dravinius Mundi has risen. Bend the knee before our righteous conquerors. They sent you, I know. A slave or a servant, a slave or a servant. Those are the choices. So many voices. I must make an offering. Quickly. Tell the slave Pharadelix to send a fatted calf. Are you tempered? You seem tempered. Boyle wants another sacrifice, huh? That crazy, unbelieving son of a troll. He won't shut up when he gets in the state. Makes those dungeons a living hell, but believe me. Here, just give him this dead rat. That'll keep him quiet for a bit. He does these rituals, you know. Fare turns the stomach, but anything for a little peace. I see the thrall Felidrix has prepared for us the fatted calf. The dragon lords will be most pleased. Maybe he's just crazy. Beautiful. Innocent? Shush, my moo cow. Don't tell them you're innocent. It's worse that way. Oh, Dravinius Mundi, accept this offering and let me be reborn in flames. Pine pinch, pig's fat, dry brush, rock oil. Don't forget hair. Hair burns. But a little bronze rattle that he loves so well, that only melts. That only melts. Alright, goodbye, Boyle. Finally, some peace. I tell you, of those unbelievers seem normal enough at first, but they show their true face after the Inquisitions get to work on them. Well, to be fair, you do torture them. But best not consort with them in the dungeons, huh? People go mad if you do torture them? You don't say. I can't tell if they're tempered or not. And that might not be something I find out until either Heavensward or the following expansion, which I forget if it's Stormblood or Shadowbringers because they both start with S and therefore they get conflicted in my mind. South. I need to go south to get out. I'll go to the middle first and then I'll go north. Since they're already technically done. Alchemic concoction just all the way out here in the forest. Let me guess, he was trying to get her medicine, and they saw that as heresy. True believers don't get sick. Then why'd you have me get rid of the rats? State your business. Sack of effects. Ah, the leavings of unbelievers. Most excellent. Excellent. You have served with honor. Let us hope that there is more to be found here. A clue. Long have I hated unbelievers, but no more, for they too serve the Fury. If not in life, then in death. What Ruth has alone to grant them such a chance. A brother knight has recently explained your kind to me. My kind? As sellswords lack honor, so too does an adventurer lack discernment. No task is too menial, yet no cause is worthy enough. I have no need of one such as you. In their boundless depravity, the Dravinians have lashed out against the gates of judgment, pawing at the rubble that would be more than any true Ishgardian could bear. Yet removed it must be. That shall be your task. The real rare gotcha was finding me streaming Spyro 2 way back when. Yeah, it's been a long time since I did Spyro. Originally I was gonna do Reignited, but then the whole Activision thing happened and I didn't want to draw people's ire by streaming it. But I might stream it in the future since I technically already have it. I was originally thinking of doing the first one for the Spyro anniversary, but then stuff in real life got busy, unfortunately. What business have you here? Speak quietly. Request for what from Whitefront? Weary? Weary are they? Cravens and fools. Tell Tremont to take that knife's edge and cut the throats of every knight who professes himself too tired to do his holy duty. Hang any peasant who dares plain over his singed pigs. Be gone, ill messenger. Whitebrim Front will be fortunate if I do not reduce their allotment of supplies for this outrage. Rude. Sir, the men are hungry. How the audacity! How come they be hungry when we do not feed them? Adventurer, idleness ill becomes a person so hale. Go slay us 5 Baltiers that nest in these parts. The crusade consumes the Knights of Ishgard, body and soul. You too shall go such moils as we cannot stoop to. Screw you, too. By which you have enjoyed some success, if the tales be true. Your presence is a part of Halone's plan for us. The Fury be praised. Halone says we do not do lowly work. We force it onto others. And then scoff at them for it. Since I can do Spyro 1 in about a day. In a single stream, usually. Spyro 2 would take longer, because it's a longer game, so 2 or 3 streams like before. It says the rubble is around here. Maybe it's on the outside. Any on the outside? I do. Yeah, it is. Not this side, though. Here we go. And then the monsters should be right over here. Easy enough. Birds. This is what you're making a stink about, tiny birds? more birds? Need 2 more. There's 1. They might need to respawn too. Any others? Nope. I really need to get rid of that 3rd slot. It just gets in the way. I mean, to be fair, it's only being published by Activision Blizzard. It's being made by Toys for Bob, so if Toys for Bob are able to get out from underneath them, then we could potentially see another one. Or if they're allowed to even work on it at all. Because that was the problem with it before, is they put him on the Call of Duty team. Even though they expressly said that's not where they wanted to be. I might go south first. Get the MSQ done and then I can come back up here. Ooh, that's part of the event. An event that is not for me. Because I've technically played them over without commentary on my backup channel, but I need to actually play them with commentary. I'd prefer to do so on PC as well, because then I can get full 60 FPS. The other ports are decent, I'm just a real stickler for quality in my own time. Oh, right, I'm supposed to use, I'm supposed to clog his pores, give him acne. Oop. Inventory. Yeah, do that. That'll give me time to throw vinegar at your face. Poof! I have not played Sly 4. So I can't really make a judgment on it. I've only played the demo, which is on my channel. Granted, at this point, it's quite old. There we go, and then we can go back north and make it a single trip. Bad this place has no crystal though, so I do have to hoof it. Or do you mean Way of the Dodo, as in there's been no new games since Sly 4? I kind of forget that it's been since the PS3. Sucker Punch was working on Spyro last. No, not Spyro. That was not Sucker Punch. Shoot. What is it called? Their logo is a monkey. Oh no. It's gonna drive me crazy. Shoot, I can see and hear their logo in my head. This just that there's been no new games. Okay. Oh, Sanzaru. Sanzaru, that's the name I was thinking of. Sorry, not Sucker Punch. Sanzaru. The last thing I remember Sucker Punch working on was Infamous. I don't know what their new games are, actually. Good and well, that's few of the vermin to get out a larder. They remain too numerous, however. There must be a large nest somewhere down below. Kill the king rat and common rats will lose heart. Something both we and the dragons know well. I've tracked the rats as well as I can, and they look to slip outside as often as not. There may be an opening that leads us to the nest, somewhere outside the stronghold. It didn't work, did it? I thought it was an idiotic idea. No, I got the tale. Oh dear. Remind me never to wander near a mud puppy spawning grounds without a bottle of vinegar. Any road, this should only take a moment. I'll just need to do this, and voila. Never seen a man cook steaks that fast, have you? Take to these 3 and distribute them to the hungry knights here and up and above. Here's your salamander meat. You there, don't think you didn't see you and the cook conspiring together. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you wish to buy my trust with the steak, it would be my pleasure to oblige you. We haven't had meat in days. Hand it over. Yes, I feel invigorated, refreshed, as if I have the strength of 10 men and their wits besides. I should have no trouble concocting a new reason to refrain from sentry duty. Well, they're more grateful to the other ones down in Lamasi camp. Well, we ought to at least receive a hearty meal before we march off to die in this godforsaken waste. Is that fresh good steak? Halone's blessings be upon you, my friend. Mud puppy, me better know it's the most delicious food I've had in a fortnight. Ever must we train to maintain our skills at arms, yet we are to receive proper sustenance? You are a godsend, my friend. Too few appreciate that House Duriander must do more than its fair share for the sake of Ishgard. Can I now speak to the man above, or do I have to go back down to the cook? I gotta go back down to the cook. Is the man still so swift to judge me if I wave a steak in his face? When I know he's been hungry and starved? It feels wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. Amazing what good food can do to morale, huh? But I've forgotten about the hard-working Shrujians at the infirmary. So rarely do they take their meals here in the hall. Mind taking the steak to Sonota? She's doubtless so preoccupied with the health of her patients that she's neglected to tend to her own. Yeah, Sanzaru helped with making Spyro 3 remastered? Remade? Reignited? Whatever. But I don't know what else they've worked on since. And they were also the ones who made the 4th Sly Cooper game. It was passed off to them, I believe. Ah, the poor soul. She still breathes, but adventurer, does he pray for her soul? An alchemic concoction, as costly as it is hard to obtain. You say 'twas hid in the forest? This bottle holds the truth of Lawrence's desertion. He ran that he might find it for her, and when he knew that he was to be captured, he took great pains to hide it, knowing his pursuers would have simply destroyed it as a traitor's refuse. I cannot thank you enough for keeping faith in him. Now, if you will pardon me, I have a patient to save. Starting getting our next tier of potions. Mega potions. But where am I meant to... Who am I meant to speak to gain favor in this house? I see the icon is here, but I do not see where it intends for me to go. Odd. Hello? Report to... Offer a steak to Sonoda. Oh, you're over here. Beg your pardon, but I'm busy attending to this man. I'll be with you in a moment. Is that... Come to think of it, it's been quite a while since I last ate. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a nibble. Oh my, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll eat the rest right away. Raptor stew. Tenacity, vitality, still speed, determination, vitality, direct hit rate. Raptor stew it is. Food for food, I guess. Might I have a word with you? It concerns the Chirurgians. I don't know that word. After speaking with them earlier, I learned that they lack sufficient embolics for their needs, you see. So I used some of their broken equipment to craft a more advanced alembic, both as a gesture of goodwill and as a means to help recover their memories, since working with my hands kindles familiar feelings. Like, I know it means person and medicine to them, but it's a word that I don't use in my daily life. All I require to complete the device are the cores of the ice sprites. Though commonly used to reduce temperatures of alchemical mixtures, there's a way to alter the properties so that they draw the cold within rather than radiate it without. I must sound ridiculous to you, impossible even, yet somehow I know it will work. Where's the door? Here's the door. Get me some ice cubes. That is not the right way. This is not the right way. That's right. Oh, these darn forts. You gotta go out the right door. Gotta go west to go south, don't I? No! Doggone it. Because there's these big chasms I can't just cross. Alright, there we go. I think I'm out. I think I'm out. I'm out. You wouldn't mind a new IP, it feels bad to have old IPs stuck in limbo. Yeah. I'm not paying attention to where I'm going. Oh, but there's a nice spray here anyway, it works out. It's fine. Sound like metal when they fall over. Sounds funny, but I'm gonna take out the hipposurfs too. Because I need their materials. Dude, come back! Where are you going? You're supposed to be locked onto me. Get back here! It said it's more of a Kai than a Chu. I don't. Like I said, if I don't know a word, I don't know how to say a word. Next time they say it, I might put it into Google and see if it tells me how to say it. Me and my North American English. Have you obtained the cores? If so, please show them to me. What an amazing device! But is it truly an alembic, sir? I've never seen its like before. I too am unsure of what to make of this machine. While certainly impressive, I have no idea how to make use of it. Nevertheless, if it's as effective as he claims, it should be a great boon to save the infirmary. Think of the medicines we could create and the lives we could save. Even so, I wonder. We're thee, the kindly stranger, bearer of gifts wondrous and strange, for his generosity comes at a cost. Barely. The earnest efforts are but a means to as a yet unknown end. Moreover, you should be wary of associating with individuals who have interfered with the questioning of a suspected heretic. They did what? Bless you, Inquisitor, for coming along when you did. We almost succumbed to the temptation proffered by these unbelievers. The audacity, they almost helped us create medicine to save people. Why does that man detest us so? Is it because we interrupted Lord Francel's trial? Whatever his reasons, he clearly means to oppose us at every turn. Before we can persuade Lord Drillamon to help us, who must convince Inquisitor Guilherme that we are not his enemy, but just how might we go about doing that? We know little and less about the good Inquisitor, despite him being such a prominent figure in Coerthas. Perhaps we should learn more by speaking with the people of Whiteman Front. Share your findings with Alphino in the square. I'm sure he can formulate a strategy from there. I've also wanted to redo Sly 1, since the version I have is with the very old microphone. The very old, not a microphone of a microphone. was technically the microphone that was in my camera, but as a result, it is, not good quality by any means. Do not wear headphones that go within your ears because you will hurt them. Yeah, it needs to redo something bad. Inquisitor Guilherme? Yes, of course. I know of him. Alas, I have not seen him since the day he came to Whitebrim Front several moons ago. My memory is somewhat muddled, but I recall the blizzard nearly buried us in the snow that day, and I had the ill fortune of being assigned to the Night's Watch. While the stronghold slept, we walked in the walls and patrolled the exterior in a darkness black as pitch. My route took me outside the eastern gate at one point, where I caught sight of a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city. Thinking it was a wayward traveler, I cried out and gave chase, but slipped and took a terrible fall. When I awoke, it was days later in this very bed, where I have lain recuperating from my injuries ever since. I tried to rescue him, but in the end the Inquisitor Guilherme rescued me, carrying my unconscious body to the gates. I owe him for my life, and I hope one day to repay his kindness. Speak to the peoples. Apparently. Is there any more upstairs? Just double check. It appears like one of them's around here. Is it the chef? No. You'd think the Slayers of Dragons could catch a rat or two, right? Up top, down and around. Might be down and around. It might be in here. Yes. Inquisitor Guilherme, I haven't the foggiest of whom you speak, unbeliever. We have learned your deeds at Witchdrop. I will not be party to whatever dastardly schemes you've hatched against the Inquisitor. Away with you. Under Inquisitor Guilherme's watchful gaze, unprecedented numbers of heretics have been unmasked and brought to justice. They say he goes days without sleep, so great is devotion. It's suspicious. Blessed are we to have such a goodly, righteous man to protect us. Yeah, I'm personally more of a Ratchet and Clank fan, but to each their own. But that's also because I suck at stealth. I am very, very bad at stealth. I'm very much a charge, straightforward, hack and slash kind of person in real life, too. The Holy See has decreed that the Inquisitors are the arbiters of Halone's will. They are to be affronted every courtesy and the utmost respect. Though to be fair, only recently have I actually finished one of the first 3 Ratchet and Clank games. I did have 2 for the longest time, and while I got rather far, I've never actually finished it. I don't think it wants to be in here. And I've only recently finished the first Ratchet and Clank, I believe last year? So I need to actually get around to completing those. I've completed some of the PS3 ones. I played a lot of 2, didn't finish 2, and then I've played Tools of Destruction, which is on my channel. And I've completed not Echoes of Time. What is it? Oh god, what's the time travel one? Shit! It's my favorite one too! Name! Name is stuck in brain. Name is stuck in brain. The one where you help Clank find his dad. Oh gosh. Time. Something time. A Kraken Time. Thank you. That's my favorite one. Why could I not think of the name? I've completed A Kraken Time, though I haven't played it on my channel yet. I did on my old channel. You know, the one that exploded and took everything with it, and that was one of the games that did it for the copyright at the time. Because it was brand spanking new. In case you have yet to notice, my attire is ill-suited to this climate. I realized it soon after our arrival, but paid no mind, as I'd hoped we might find the Enterprise far faster. Instead, we've wasted far too much time meddling in local affairs. Never mind. Our journey is almost at an end. All that remains is to deal with the irksome Inquisitor. Sid tells me you've been busy making inquiries, yes? It should come as no surprise that it is held in high regard. Even so, I'm beginning to suspect he has other reasons for hindering us now. Let us move closely to review the testimonials you've obtained. Mayhap they will provide insight to Inquisitors Guillemets' motivations. Something troubles me about the wounded knight's account. He claims he fell chasing a figure in the darkness that he saw outside the eastern gate, yes, but the main road leads to the southwestern gate. Since we've arrived in Whiteroom Front, I've seen no travelers arrive by the eastern gate. Moreover, he said he glimpsed a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city, which would imply that the Inquisitor came from the north of the east gate, not the south. But it cannot be so. That way lies naught but deep chasm. Assuming Ser Jolot is not misremembering, the Inquisitor's behavior that night makes absolutely no sense, at least to me. Mayhap retracing his steps will shed light on the mystery. How do I get out of here? To even go that way. This way, perhaps. So yeah, that's on the eventual to-do. Does it want me down below? I don't see anything up here, so I'm assuming I gotta jump. Oh yeah. Maybe not jump too much more though, because there's gonna be a fight that immediately triggers. Oh, it's a dragon. Dragon carcass. And little wisps. Do they feast upon the dead dragon? Wait, technically at this point in the story, I have actually slain some big dragons. Oh dear. We found the Inquisitor. Or rather, what remains of the Inquisitor's remains. But the fact that he's buried under the snow tells me it wasn't just a dragon that did the nastiness. The honors appear to have been done by a human. Because the dragon don't care. Dragon would just eat you or leave you for dead. They wouldn't take time to hide evidence. How do I get back in? Let me in! You found something, didn't you? Well, don't keep me waiting in suspense. Let's see it. A scroll that contains what appears to be an official papal appointment to the position of Inquisitor. Given the contents of this encyclical, I believe you have just made an acquaintance of the real Inquisitor Guillemets. Newly come to Coerthas and murdered on the day of his arrival. Yes, it would be that a simple thing to assume his identity, for even if he were to behave oddly, who would dare question the wisdom of a papal appointment? Still, while it is an incontrivable proof that the Inquisitor is an impostor, we have yet to discern his true identity, or why he has decided to oppose us. We must proceed quickly before he learns that his deception has been discovered. Since Lord Relamont has already been turned against us, I fear that this encyclical alone will not serve to convince him of our claims. But what might persuade a man so quick to disregard the endorsements of two high houses? The cook did say that the Lord listens to and respects the opinions of his knights. If a certain knight were to provide testimony that supports our claim... Yes, mayhap that is the only way left to us. Confront Sir Jolot with the evidence you discovered and see if it helps him to recall the truth of that night. As a man of faith, he may find it difficult to cope with such a horrifying revelation. Nevertheless, we must do everything within our power to secure the Enterprise. But if he's not the Inquisitor, then who is he? One big game of Cluedo. Oop, camera's stuck. Oh, you've returned. Is there something you wanted to ask? The Inquisitor is an imposter. Don't be preposterous. That could not possibly be true. He is a paragon of virtue, a dedicated servant of the Fury. You would have me believe that it is a lie? If you are so certain of your ludicrous story is true, then go and speak with Sir Prunilla. She was at the Eastern Gate that night, and she helped the Inquisitor carry me here, but I will never speak against the man who saved my life. Okay, I'm guessing they're down there. You. I do not believe I know you. Pray move along and trouble me no more. Are you in the habit of handing bloody documents to strangers? Why would you show me such a dreadful thing? I know naught of it. Not at all. Doubt. Cast doubt. As soon as I eat something. There we go. I doubt you better on full stomach. I can chew and doubt at the same time. You know, don't you? Fury take me, I prayed this day would come. When Sir Gallant gave chase, I followed close behind. He didn't fall. One of those Dravinian abominations lashed out at him, nearly killing him right then and there. I drew my sword and rushed to his side, straining to see the enemy. But what came from the dark was not a beast, but a voice. He knew things about me, about my family, secrets I had never told another. He said that if I kept his confidence, Sir Gallant and I would be spared, but if I defied him, everyone I loved would suffer unimaginable horrors before they died. When at last I agreed to his terms, the man came forward. His robes marked him as an Inquisitor, but I knew him to be false. Together we carried Sir Gallant to the infirmary, and on his first night in White Rim Front, Inquisitor Guillemot was heralded as a hero. Soon after the accusations, countless men and women of good moral standing seized whilst in possession of draconian rosaries. As I feared, he was condemning the innocent to death. I wanted to confess to Lord Drillamont, wanted to put an end to the madness, but then I would remember the Inquisitor's threats, and so I did nothing, until Lord Francel was accused. And then you still did nothing, because I'm bringing this to you. Some time ago, I followed the Inquisitor and found that he kept draconian rosaries in a chest hidden southeast of White Rim Front. So I took several from the chest and planted them in shipments bound for Skyfair Lux, as I hoped they were discovered and considered evidence of a conspiracy against House Haliantare, thus exonerating Lord Francel and casting doubt on the other recent trials. And that this entire truth, I swear, alone forgive me for not acting sooner. Honey, you made it worse. You made it so much worse. Laughably so. I did it to try and cast doubt, to save my own family. Bitch, you nearly killed people. I only tried to cast doubt by getting other innocent people killed instead. Guilty! Which in and of itself is usually a crime. So is this... Oh, there's the rat's nest. Never mind. Give me a minute. Big rat. By keeping the secret, you only made it worse. For everyone. I've only doomed everyone in the sake of saving my family. Even though I had no reason to assume he would also save my family. That's the end of the king, is it? Well struck. Well, let's see if the foul little things I expect. That said, do they not say in your fair home city that rats abandon a stinking ship? Perhaps I should most rightly take it as a good omen that the rats deign to stay in Whiterun. No, they do not say that. Clean the place, please. If anything, the fleas. It's not so much the rat that cause the plague, it's the fleas that bite the rats, which then get on your clothes and on you. So yes, absolutely, get rid of the rats and also wash your clothes. Why do you persist in this folly? I will not grant you 3 access to Stone Vigil. Do not make me repeat myself. There better be a very good explanation as to why you were carrying these rosaries. And where did you find this popple Encyclical? Fury take me. The Inquisitor is a heretic? Never before have I heard such an unbelievable tale, but this evidence in your testimony could have no other explanation. I have misjudged you and your friends, and for that I deeply apologize. I'll permit you to enter the outpost, but first, I must needs beg your assistance. Help me and my knights bring this infernal impostor to justice. You believe me just like that? You'd think I would need a little bit more. Also, apparently my alerts are not going off for some reason. Because I can see people are following, but I am not, Hot Cocoa Gaming followed. I did not see you follow. It didn't pop up on my mentions, unless it did and I missed it because I just zoned out so hard. Why are my alerts not working? Oh no. Part of me wonders if I should switch back to Streamlabs. The Heretic Among Us. That thrice damned heretic has murdered countless innocents, and made a mockery of our laws. Hell's take him in as Dravinian allies. I am told he makes for Snowcloak even now, intending to pass judgment upon yet another poor soul whom he's branded a heretic. If we hurry, there may still be time to prevent further tragedy. Lend me your strength. Together let us put an end to the impostor's heresy once and for all. Oh, and that's the dungeon. Shoot. They're gonna send us in there. I'm not gonna have time for that, because it's 5 o'clock, which means I need to probably start getting going. I might run up north really quick. So over to the green ones that are already done. Just because I don't know if I have enough time to do much else. Nope, that's down this way. Need the other exit. The other exit. The other exit by the Chocobo Keeper. Unless they're bots, and maybe that's why they're not popping up? I don't know. Because my alerts were working before. Wait. Do I have... Yeah, my alert box is here. Set color, name, remove, blending method, show transition, hide transition. Interact? Maybe? Interacting with alert box. Nothing pops up. That is weird. It's visible. It's set as visible, so it shouldn't be hidden. I might eventually switch back over to Streamlabs just because I like it so much better. And the issues I was having before should have been resolved with recent updates. You've served well, adventurer. The battle lures eat heartily of the bounty of the Sea of Clouds, and this we cannot allow. The fish of that sublime sea belong to the noble knights of the Crusade, not to lowly birds and beasts. The Fury has given us domain over all creatures of this land, and the Davinians too will understand the truth. Critical hit and vitality. Nope, vitality piety, that's for white mage. All these suck. You have served well, though I fear the state of these gates is still disquieting. You should have seen them as they were, adventurer, not battered and wounded as they are now. The Dravinians are set on breaking my heart. My faith, I mean to say, with their assaults. They must quit this world. This is the one for our character class, but they are worse than what we have, so... You look eager to serve, adventurer. Do not deny it. The fire in your eyes betrays you. There is something you can do. Slay the chinchillas that dwell near the hand and reap their fat. How many of the beasts? I see the task excites you. 4 goodly sized will do. Now be as my Tearsel and hunt the chinchillas thither. Yeah, it should have been 20 minutes into the stream if it was 3 hours ago. But I did not hear it go off. I'll check the playback later. Scrub through, see if I can see it go off. But if not, I may need to just switch back over to Streamlabs to get everything working properly again. I only switched to base OBS because I was having issues with the GPU acceleration, but we've since fixed that. I kind of just like Streamlabs better in general. Like, its layout, there's so many things I don't have to like fuss with and a bunch of other windows. It's all like contained in one program, which is nice. And it keeps my settings where I want them. I don't have to readjust them for every different scene. Okay. Onwards! Actually, let's chocobo it. It's further away than my brain processed. Of course, the volume settings tend to be just a little different depending on what program I'm using, so we'll see. Probably need to reset those in the background. Ugh. The Tearsel of the Temple. Have you... what I bid you bring? Because I can always record base stuff that I'm not streaming in OBS still, but for Streamlabs I might prefer to use... for streaming I might prefer to use Streamlabs. Do not envy the work that it takes to stream, let alone the public speaking. Hey, to each their own. I prefer to do streaming because I'm too much a perfectionist if I am left to record without streaming. Streaming ensures that I have to get it done in like one take because I'm live, whereas I have this unfortunate habit of trying to make things perfect if I don't do it live, which means I end up redoing the same games or even the same parts just like over and over and over. So in my streams, you've noticed I tend to mispronounce words and whatnot. If I do that when I'm just recording, I have this terrible habit of going back and just completely redoing the whole thing. So obviously that wastes a lot of time. So when I stream, it kind of forces me to just accept whatever the outcome is, and as a result, for me, it's strangely more casual than if I was to just record. The same goes with gameplay too. I make one teeny weeny mistake in gameplay if I'm recording, even with or without commentary, and I'm just compelled to redo, and so this sort of mitigates that. This is most excellent fat, and well pulled. I see you have some skill at dressing beasts. Once rendered, it shall be fortified into a frostbite balm for our chocobos. Same kind of goes for people viewing my content as well. People are a lot more lenient if I'm doing it live, whereas if I'm not, they kind of expect me to correct a lot of mistakes and chastise me a lot more in the comments. Alone amongst beasts, the chocobos are to be honored. For every knight of Ishgard that has perished in the crusade, as many of the noble birds have died, none who witness a chocobo meet its end can fail to be moved. Because they're sweetie pies. Okay. So since I'm running out of time, I might really quickly change course here and... Ooh, was that the buzz? No, it was not. Pop over to the Shroud. Where's some of the other missions in here? It says there's something. Anyway. Gonna go to Gridania and get some stuff done. We can also do some monster killing. If I have time. So, Botanist. Ethernet. Botanist Guild. Welcome back. So it's as if I feared. Do not worry, I will take the 20 sprigs of mistletoe. Same even if I record stuff anymore, if I allow myself to do it live stream style, then I'm less likely to just be burned over it. Whereas before, it's something that haunted me. No, I judge you all the time, don't worry. Thanks, Calamity. I appreciate your support, though. When you played Final Fantasy I, you couldn't stop until you finished the bestiary. Yeah. To me, it's not just completing the game, it's like making sure I don't make any wrong turns whatsoever. 0 mistakes. Whereas if I'm on stream, I can kind of just laugh at it. Ah, thank you. You've served the guild well once more, and so the unending cycle of bloodshed goes on, needless to say, by no fault of your own. Streaming also gives me more things to talk about because I can actually talk to people. I bear no ill will to Lieutenant Gavin or his people. On the contrary, I have naught but respect for the Candor, not to mention his service to my homeland. What weighs heavy on my heart is the sentiment far more simple, almost childish. I simply cannot bear to see the forest I love suffer any longer. War is inevitable. This I understand, but by aiding in the war effort, we do not merely contribute to the suffering, we profit from it. No better than the parasitic mistletoe, we suck the life out of the trees that shelter us for our own personal gain. A parasite. Is that what our once proud guild has been reduced to? How can I in good conscience permit this to go on? Forgive me. I would be alone with my thoughts for a while. Okay, better gathering. Perception. Ooh, perception 46. Oh, all these are good though. 48. 46, 48. I feel like I could make the woolen doublet myself, but I could maybe also make these myself. Gathering 34. Usually you want to go with the one that's both, so I will. Thus we get an outfit change. Forgive me if I seemed a bit distant the last time we spoke. Allow me to get straight to the point. I have not come to this decision easily, but I have come to it all the same. As of today, I have resigned from the Botanist Guild. Our battle with the Ixal rages on, and there are rumblings from the Empire as well. With each passing day, more people die, the soil is stained deeper with blood, and the Twelveswood weeps. Meanwhile, I fill orders for the war effort, and for what purpose? That more Ixal may suffer and die than Gridanians? No, if this is what it means to be a botanist in this day and age, I want no part of it. Yanni, may Noficia bless her dear heart, tried her best to convince me to stay. Still, I feel my heart is settled. Mind you, this decision is mine alone. I would pass no judgment on those who find meaning in the efforts here. Should you wish to continue to serve the guild, I'm sure Yanni will have suitable tasks for you. Farewell, and may the Twelveswood ever shelter you. Because that's the thing too, if I'm to do a blind playthrough, I usually prefer to live stream it because people are more open to the idea of a blind let's play if it's live streamed for people's initial reactions, whereas if I tend to do a blind let's play, especially if I don't intend to 100% a game, people aren't too compromising on those if they're just static Let's Play style videos. Whereas if it's a live stream or an archived live stream, people are a lot more forgiving. I usually try to go 100% for things, but sometimes if I just am not enjoying myself, or I find that there's like too much RNG involved, too much random chance, it depends. It really depends. Well, I'm glad you're here. You spoke to Fufucha, yes? It absolutely breaks my heart to see what's become of my old friend. Fufucha and I have known each other ever since we were both knee-high to a fungar, and I assure you, her knowledge of passion and flora of this realm is second to none. This guild would be absolutely lost without her guidance. Of course, I understand her worries. Oops, stuff is selling. These are not easy times for a true seeker of peace and a friend of nature, and yet I cannot help but feel that her emotions cloud her better judgment, that she is not seeing the forest for the trees, if you will. Fufucha has convinced herself that she is doing more harm than good to the natural world she so loves. Preposterous! Has she forgotten the countless trees she's planted after the calamity, journeying far and wide to return less verdure to our shattered realm? Someone must remind her all that she has accomplished and the work that is still left to be done. To that end, I have made contact with one of Fufucha's former apprentices, a botanist by the name of Rotaloin, who now tends to a forest that Fufucha herself had planted many years ago. My words as a friend will not reach Fufucha now. Only a fellow botanist who understands the depths of her worries can heal the wounds in her heart. I beg of you, speak with Rotalin and seek out his counsel. Rotalin tends to the forest surrounding the Timber Lord's Lodge in the central highlands of Coerthas. Please go quickly. Once Fufucha leaves our guild behind, I fear that she will never return. Okay. Timber Lord's Lodge. Back to Coerthas! Yeah, this is going to be the timed one. You can only get it at a certain time of day. You don't mind failing just as it gets done. One of the worst examples is in PSO2. You went to an instance boss and it took you 2 hours. Oof. Yeah. See, stuff like that, if it's in a live stream, people are a lot more forgiving of it. Whereas for a Let's Play, it's kind of to be they kind of expect me to already know every single thing I should be doing, that I should already be a master at what I'm doing, and as a result, it tends to create a lot more tension. So live streaming to me is, ironically enough, lower tension. And I get that if people are looking for guides, that's one thing, and I don't label my videos as such. I will outright say in them that it is a first-time playthrough. Well met. Yanni told me to expect you. I'm Rodolin, a humble botanist playing his trade in the Black Lands. Botany is simply my livelihood. I consider it my true calling, a calling I would never have discovered were it not for Fufucha's guidance. Needless to say, I was devastated to hear the news. All hope is not lost, however, as I have hit upon an idea. Tell me, are you familiar with the spruce tree? Yeah, there's a ton of them around here. I do not blame you if you are not. Here as in where I live. In the years before the calamity, vast forests of spruce would stretch for malms and malms. What spruce trees do you see today are the result of Fufucha's efforts to bring the flora of ages past back to Eorzea. Perhaps seeing that her work has borne fruit will convince her not to abandon her life as a botanist. Knowing Fufucha as I do, the gesture would mean the most to her if the spruce were harvested by the hands of the apprentice close to her heart, your hand. Before you set off, be forewarned, spruce is still rare in these parts and not easily discerned. Only one with knowledge of truth of forest could hope to identify such trees, that's their new skill. And only after straining the eyes from the break of dawn. If your heart is true, friend, you will come upon mature trees, unlike any you have seen before. Harvest them from the spruce logs and bring them back to me. Truth of Forest techniques is to identify and unspoiled mature trees that appear in Coerthas Central Highlands only at 9 a.m. So, Eorzea time. So, that's standard time. LT. Because it seems morning-ish. Uh-oh. Truth of Forests. Unable to locate anything. Okay. I could have sworn I had Eorzea time set in here, but apparently I don't. We have standard time, and then we have... This is real time. Local time. Server time. Oh, okay. I don't really care too much for server time. I think I want to change that with... support... system config. One sec. That's not it. Accessibility, no. Other settings? No. One sec. System. Character configuration? Is it in here? UI settings. Oh, I did it somehow. HUD. Here we go. Where's time? Eorzea time. There we go. Let's change that. 8:44 a.m. He said 9 a.m. Ah, clock is ticking. Where is it? Only harvested at 9 a.m. Ah! Hurry, Chocobo, hurry! Truth of the Forest. Go, 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 go. Wait, what? Oh, it's not up yet. It's not up yet. It's not up yet. It'll appear in a second. 3, 4. Oh, shit. Where's it gonna be? Where's it gonna be? Where's it gonna be? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. There's one logging spot and it only appears when the sucker reaches 9 a.m. And... unable? What do you mean unable? Cripes abound. I don't remember where it is either. Oh, shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Spruce. 14. Spruce log. Location. Mature tree and dragon head around 9 a.m. Truth of the Forest helps you locate it. Where is it? It is... north. Very far north. Shoot. Oh, there it is. There it is. It showed up. It's sparkling. It's sparkling. We're running. We're running. We're running. Cripes. There it goes. I can see it. It's sparkling in the north. But it's only available at like 9 a.m. so we really gotta hoof it. I'm like, the sun is coming up in the game. It should be available. Ah! Will we be fast enough? Because it's literally going to take like another hour or two before it appears again in Eorzea time. Hurry. Yeah, see, other people are here. Everybody's trying to harvest this one thing. Hello, fellow peoples. What is it? Dark matter, don't care. Spruce. Let us raise that to get 100% logging. They're excited too. Can't blame them. Rare materials will do that to you. There we go. Spruce obtained. Yee-ha. Go back to talking to him. Oh, stressful. I'm gonna warp and then run. That was stressful. What timing, though? I did not plan for that. Talking about stuff you didn't plan for, and then poof! Harbor mistakes. That was a lucky break. You never use just one source for a giant. You try to get in range. Yeah, well, I was kind of running out of time. Otherwise, I would have spent more time looking it up, but... I was kind of, you know, literally running out of time. Yep, there it goes. 10 a.m. Would have missed it otherwise. Take it last for like an hour. I could look up a guide too, but at the same time, if I'm trying to do like a blind playthrough, it kind of ruins the fun for me to know everything that's going to happen and what I should do. So, it depends. Depends on what I'm doing. If it's a game I'm familiar with, I don't mind creating it into a guide, like Spyro, for example, or Crystal Chronicles. But other things, I just don't have the time to play twice, and part of me live streaming is to force me to get through my backlog. If I feel like I'm doing something productive with gaming, I'm more likely to actually game. Otherwise, I feel too guilt-ridden these days. Should you have difficulty locating the spruce trees, remember, only one with knowledge of Truth of Forest can see them, and only after waiting from dawn till sundown. If your eyes are true, friend, you will come upon mature trees, unlike any you have seen before. Apparently it needs to be sunrise to see full-blown trees. Did you follow that? Very well. Gather 3 spruce logs and bring them back here to me. Remarkable gathering. I see that Fufucha has trained you well. I had mind to deliver them to Fufucha straight away, but I just received some troubling news. You have heard that here in Coerthas are locked in the war with the dragons, have you not? A recent dragon raid has left many soldiers and settlers without shelter. A carpenter in the area is doing what he can to construct new lodgings, but lumber is in painfully short supply. I share your concern for Fufucha, but I'm sure you agree that our first priority as botanists should help those in need. Why, Fufucha herself taught me as much. Please seek out the carpenter and deliver to him the spruce logs, so that the people of Coerthas need suffer without a roof over their heads for no longer. It's fine, I harvested way more than just the 3 you wanted to show me. Should be further south of this. This one I can go around. This one's not quite as obtrusive with its walls. Well, it's okay. You can state your preferences and how you play. I'm just stating my preferences in return. We're allowed to be different. That's what makes the thing fun. Yes, on the off chance that you're either blind or stupid, I'm a busy man. Greetings to you too. Busy doing what you say? Searching for lumber, that's what. We've no end of houses that need rebuilt after being smashed to bits by those damn dragons. Or haven't you noticed that there's a war going on here? Look, I don't mean to be rude, but I've no time for chit-chat. Take a look around. These ain't hospitable lands. Without shelter, people will die. Damn it all. Is there not a single sturdy log left in the highlands? Why, I've never seen wood like this. Where in the name of the 12 did you find this? To think that the lumber of this quality could be found in these lands, why, I'll never forget this kindness, friend. Those trees will save lives. Those trees will save lives? Hey, Fufucha, what are you doing up here? You bet they will, little missy. Speaking of which, whom have I the pleasure to be addressing? My name matters not. I am just a humble botanist, and nothing more. I would bid you speak to my colleague Rodolin on the Tiberland Lodge. He would see to it that you never want for lumber. I don't know who you are, miss, but I'm glad we met. The gods are truly watching over us today. Shall we go for a walk? When Yanni suggested I travel to Coerthas, I had not the slightest idea what she had in mind. The moment I laid eyes on this forest, I remembered. That was your intent, was it not? You, Yanni, and Rodolin? Your gentle concern for my faltering heart is not lost on me, nor is the meaning of this forest. The trees themselves speak volumes. The seeds, the art of botany, the love and reverence for nature that we brought to Ishgard have been taken root in these lands and the hearts of the people, and grown strong, strong indeed. As strong as the majestic spruces that once more grace the now snow-swept highlands. The spruces that will now provide shelter and comfort to those who have been ravaged by war. Like the Twelves would, this forest has suffered greatly in the times of strife, and yet this forest has strength. A strength it has harbored since time immemorial, and one it shares with us, a strength that goes beyond logs we harvested or the herbs we gather. I must never forget the lessons I have learned here today. On the contrary, I must share what I have discovered here, that hope might take root again in the hearts of our countrymen. Let us return to Gridania. The Twelves Wood is calling us home. Yeah, unfortunately, no. Spruce is not firewood. I mean, fireproof, excuse me. It's very much firewood. Very easily firewood. So, yeah, stone would be a better choice, but we go with what we got. Yep, I should probably do it from here, actually. Botanists. Do you hear? The leaves whisper to us, welcoming us home. To think that I almost turned my back on them forever. The battles rage on, and the forest will not go unscathed. Gridanian and Ixal hack away at the innocent branches and uproot flowers and shrubs for their own self-seeking causes. The sadness, the powerlessness, is at the times far too great to bear, and yet, if I were to walk away, who would tend to the wounded forest in my stead? There is only so much that a lone botanist can accomplish, and yet every seed that is planted, every tree that takes root brings us one step closer to a future where we may live in harmony with the forest. In my pain and frustration, my eyes had been blinded to this truth. Thanks to you, Yanni, and Rodolin, I see again. Rest easy. I will remain here at the Growery. How could I not? The forest needs every friend it can muster in these dark times, and it would still seem I have much to learn. I would be honored to continue to walk this path of the botanist with you, not as guildmaster and apprentice, but as peers, fellow shepherds of the forest. Be you ever safe in your travels. Ooh, these are like job-specific ones. Pants, hands. Ah, they're all good though. The work boots. Oh, what do I want most? I kind of don't like the hat, especially since it's only perception. Gathering and perception. Gathering and GP. I might go with the pants. Get me some jeans while I gather, which isn't too far from real life. As well as the special class finishing weapon. This concludes the botanist quest for Final Fantasy XIV and Realm Reborn. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. Finish the game. Once you have done so, the next botanist quest will be available for Pufuja. So that's it for botanist. We finished it. Woo! Behold! And we get a new weapon as well, the Brownie, which is the class gathering weapon. Tool. I guess it's sort of a weapon. And with that, I wonder if we can make some of these. I'm not certain. Maybe. Maybe upon level 50 I can start making some better stuff. Hard to say. Robe of Healing, Breaches of Healing, Casting. I don't know. Leatherworker trousers, botanist slaps. Yeah, we can. They're very special though. As you can see, they get like a little star mark on them because they're class specific. So I might be able to make the rest in the future. Undyed felt, silk thread, those are easy enough. Botanist's gloves. We got the hippogriffs anew. I can probably make silk thread in the future. I don't know if silk is going to be something else. Silk is going to be jute yarn, silkworm cocoons, and effervescent water. Where do I get silkworm cocoons? Eastern Shroud. Oh, it's an unspoiled gather, so it's a rare gather, though. So we'll see. We'll see, 1 a.m. Eorzean time, level 50, East Shroud. Yikes, some of these are gonna be rare, so that's why I probably had the, Patricians stuff before, since this is the next closest thing. So these are Yeah, control 28 versus craftsmanship of 2. Next best thing. Wait, I can make wind-up stuff now? Wind-up dolls, an Edelgoat? I can make an Edelgoat? I can make a Kieran? What on earth? Still uses really rare materials, though. Though I guess that is what it is. Still. That is it for Botanist. Huzzah! We are done with that. So let me check my journal really quick. I know I'm done with the Carpenter's latest quest, so that'll probably be next. Let's also double check. It's too bad you can only pick the one when there's so many that are associated with it. How have you the longbow? Yes, I do. Get it out of my inventory. It's cluttered in here. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Some carpenters claim that the oak is ill-suited in longbows, and that other woods are far preferable. But I would say that you've chosen your materials well. This particular specimen is both hard and elastic, and I see no reason to believe it would take a permanent bend. Of course, we have you to thank for that. The finest materials are nothing without a skilled craftsperson to mold them. Indeed, this longbow is a testament to your ever-growing skills. Gerhard will approve. You may take it to him in the Adder's Nest. Which I'm assuming is over here? Maybe not. Maelstrom command. Doggone it. Let's just beep boop. Longbow. Yes, it is over here. It just didn't show up. Good gracious. Ah, do you have the longbow I requested? My word, I see my faith in you is not misplaced. I have a young archer under my command who will be thrilled to receive this. It's a good critical importance that my squad keeps its weapons and armor in good shape. Our reconnaissance missions often require that we spend weeks in isolation without any form of support. In fact, if we leave for our next mission on the morrow, unfortunately this means I must once again postpone my visit to the guild. If Beaton complains, just give him a piece of the quality lumber on my behalf. This should prove ample distraction. He's always been more passionate about his work than anything else. But imagine you learned that long ago. Until we meet again. And back to the guild once more. For some reason I thought that was the back door. Gerhard was satisfied then? Good. Another mission? I understand. We're both professionals with responsibilities that cannot be ignored. Even so, it always gives me cause for worry. I do not question his ability as a commander or an archer, but irrational as I may be, forgive me. I am cursed with an overactive imagination. It is nothing, never mind. We shall speak again once I have a commission for you. Anything better? Nope. You minx! If I didn't know better, I'd say Gerhard was smitten with you. He's given you another commission, this time for an oak composite bow. In case you were unaware, such a bow can only be wielded by a master archer, with years upon years of experience in the field. Don't you see, you're to craft a bow for Gerhard himself. You can give this commission your undivided attention. While simply crafting an oak composite bow is no small feat, I will not permit you to present anything less than perfection. Do you plan on picking up a second combat job? Yes, I do. I plan on going through all the jobs for story. All the jobs. I'm gonna get up to level 50 for those first, so I'm gonna complete the main. The first time the credits roll, I'm gonna get that done first, and then I'm gonna do jobs entirely as their own videos. Up to level 50. Have I made myself clear? Good, now go. Okay. An oak composite bow. Said it was a level. Yeah, this. I need beast sinew, an ale goat horn, and 3 oak lumbers. That is really easy. And I know I have the ale goat horns. Since I'm pretty far ahead of this particular quest in terms of what I have. Huh? Looks like I can go a little longer. Although I'm still bad at paying attention. So I can craft these at least. Since A Realm Reborn technically has 2 parts, it has the credits roll technically before Heaven's Word starts up. Which is weird, but that's how they decided to do it. And so I'll get to the end of the first credit roll, and then I will start up the rest of the jobs in the background and make them into their own videos. I'll just do a whole bunch of leveling in my own time in between, record the story bits, and edit it all together into one jumbo job dealing up to level 50. And then when it's time for Heaven's Word, I'll complete the other parts of it. There we go. Got 3. Let's go to Marketplace, get my Edelgoat horns. Are you talking about the splits between 2.1 and the 2.x patches? Yeah. Because 2.x is still technically part of A Realm Reborn, not Heaven's Word, based off of the plot. Which I can't say too much about without spoilers. I came to the... My brain went on autopilot. I can't take on the next quest here anyway. I'm 3 levels off. Fine, I shall finish Carpenter instead. Ah, fruit fly in my face! Fruit fly in my face! We set some traps and it's really helped to get rid of them, but it still hasn't gotten all of them. Okay, Edelgoat horn is probably in the other inventory, but yeah, I'll check. There it is. Ooh, inventory's getting cluttered. Actually, I am going to entrust with you the spruce, because I don't trust it with myself. As well as some of these. You can take these. Eh, just take it. You can have the mistletoe back. It clears up some spots. Not a lot. I'm gonna have to work at some of this. Ooh, you can take the apple. What the heck else did I gather that I can spare to get rid of? I need to eat some of this. I'm gonna get rid of most of these potions. They're just taking up too much space. Alright. Oak composite bow. Begin. Behold, oak composite bow. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Do you not have the chocobo saddlebag? I do, but I don't want to have to, you know, mess with my chocobo every single time. So that's more for storing Gasol greens and other associated things. More field items than constant use items. Only perfection will suffice. If you have it, then show me. So like food, for example, would be a good thing to store in the chocobo saddlebag. Potentially lures and stuff, fishing things. I don't know. As long as I can still access them. Even experienced carpenters can find constructing a composite bow to be a daunting task, given the complexity of the design and the variety of the materials required. But the resulting product is well worth the price. The union of wood, bone, and sinew possesses the power of a self-bow more than twice its size. This makes the ideal archers, for must travel with minimum supplies and cannot afford to carry heavier equipment. No matter how much I search, I cannot find flaw with your craftsmanship. Your materials, your execution, it's all want for a better word. Perfect. It comforts me to know that Gerhard will wield this formidable weapon. Deliver it to him with my blessing. Greetings, I believe you have a delivery for me? Now that is a fine bow, worthy of the bow lord himself. The girl will be pleased. What's that? Beaton thought it was for me? Oh no, this is for another one of my archers. I have a perfectly serviceable bow which has served me for many years. Beaton ought to know, he made it. Ah, those were the days. The young initiate, I sent the aspiring serpent. He wasn't allowed to... He wasn't always so damn cocksure, you know? Back then he was full of doubts and questions. The maple longbow he made me might not look like much to you, but to me it's the perfect weapon. I intend to use it till the day I die. Not that I intend to die anytime soon, of course. Now then, I believe I have a delivery of my own to make, if you'll excuse me. Welcome back. Was Gerhard well? What? He still uses that longbow I made him as an initiate? I didn't think he kept it. But a twin adder captain deserves a far finer weapon. I should offer to craft him a new one. Until the day I die? Oh, what nonsense. Surely that longbow is no more than a mangled stick at this point. If it were to break during battle, he would only have himself to blame. I cannot stand idly by while he... no. I will give this no more thought. He is an experienced soldier. He will never be so reckless. Oh, I did not realize you were still here. You may go. I have nothing else for you today. Okay, anything else that is better? No.
Dang it.
And I must be 2 more levels before I can make better things. Alas. Same goes with Leatherworker. I have reached the pinnacle of what I can do for those classes as of this moment. So with that, this might be a good time to actually retire. Since I've done a lot, and I probably shouldn't make this too much longer. I'd also like to maybe mess with things in the background, give myself time to see if I can get alerts working, or even transition over to Streamlabs. So let us return. Let's turn it in. So with that, we made some decent progress. 4 hours worth. So I'm getting tired, so I'm going to call it a day. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined, and I hope to see you all in future streams. Hopefully with alerts. Bye-bye!